Get started. Roll call, please.
Trustee McBride?
Here.
Trustee Marquez?
Here.
Trustee Diaz-Locum?
Here.
Vice President McAvoy?
Here.
President Lawson?
I'm here. So we are on item 4.2, report out on closed session from May 6th. So that was the CSE negotiations. The board received information and no action was taken. Our CTA negotiations, the board received information, no action was taken. And report out 4.3 on closed session from this evening, May 20th. CSEA negotiations update, the board received information and no action was taken. Welcome everybody. I've posted the links a couple of times in the chat box for you to access the agenda and the speakers cards, and I'll keep reposting those so that the people that are joining will keep getting those. And then I think we're also going to post a link for translation in the chat box. Is that correct?
Okay.
Do we have our translator here? I'm not seeing.
I've seen that they're on.
Okay. So if we can post that information in the chat box, that would be great. If you would like to speak to the board, please fill out the Google Doc in the link that's in the chat box. And do include your name so that we know who to unmute when the time comes. We're not taking comments by hand raised or chats, so you need to use the Google Doc link, please. And if the item you would like to speak to is not on the agenda, you'll be called during oral communication. If you're speaking on an item that is on the agenda, you'll be called on when that item is being addressed. And please be sure to put your name on the comment card so that we know who to unmute when your turn comes. And just a reminder that because we're meeting via teleconference, all votes will be by roll call. That said, we're gonna go into the Pledge of Allegiance.
My name is Peyton Stafford, and I'm a 5th grader at North Star Academy. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Peyton. I hope you were in here to watch yourself lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. That was wonderful. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
I would like to suggest one 15.2 to move to consent.
Which is that one, Dennis?
That's the Cisco equipment that's going from $30,000 a year to $18,000 a year.
Thank you.
So board members, can you give me a thumbs up if that's okay with you? All right, so we'll move 15.2 to consent.
And then I had an addition to the agenda, if we could, before 9.1, which is staff recognition. If I could read the proclamation that the City of Redwood City gave to our teachers and staff on Monday night. Thought I would read it tonight for all to hear.
We'll add that in before 9.1. Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there any other changes? Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's Maria. Is there a second?
Second. Cecilia.
Cecilia. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee McBride?
Aye.
Trustee Marquez? Aye. Trustee Diaz-Locum?
Aye.
Vice President McAvoy?
Aye.
President Lawson?
Aye. So thank you. It looks like we are on oral communication now, and I have some for this item. So our first will be Christina Lee. Kyle's going to unmute you, and then
find her. Here we go.
All right, Christina. Oh, she's on
hello?
mute. There we go. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if I said in my reminders that public comments are limited to 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I would just like to comment on the redistricting for the Selby Lane area. I live in Kentfield Commons, and I'm
Chris, I'm going to interrupt you real quick because that's actually on the agenda later on today. So instead of communication, we'll put that on 13.2. So we'll come back to you.
Yes, sure.
The next item, let's see, for oral communication, we have Keith Simmons.
Sorry, I'm in the same boat. It's for the redistricting, if you can hear me.
Got it. We'll move you up. Catherine Stewart, you had 2 comment cards, and I don't know if you have one both for oral communication and the boundary change, or only the boundary. That was Catherine Stewart.
Okay, let me find. Is that a K or a C?
C. I'm not.
Yeah, found it.
Oh, C. Stewart. There you go.
Okay.
Hi, Catherine. Are you wanting to speak to oral communication or to the?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I had 2 things. So the first one basically was the out-of-district school transfer. I would like to request that we reconsider allowing the Mandarin Immersion Program in Redwood City to accept out-of-district transfers into the program. And my thought about that is because, for one thing, if we're doing more online and like distance learning stuff, then we don't actually have people in the classroom sitting in the chair. And it used to be we counted, the budget was based on attendance of how many actual children were sitting in actual chairs was attendance for the day. But since they're no longer in the classroom, and if it looks like we're going to become more familiar and probably more comfortable with not being in the classroom to get the education, then it would make sense, it seems to me, to open it up to more people because they don't physically have to be in the same room. And I wondered also, is there going to be a difference of how much money we get based on how many people are sitting in the classroom if many of them are sitting at home while they are doing the education? So that's kind of a 2-part question about, do we know how much money we'll be getting? Will it be any difference? And the second is, if it isn't going to be any different, then why not accept more people from out of district? Because that would benefit us because we could handle more capacity that way. So that was one part. And the other part is just that very often with the maps on the boundary thing, it's hard to see where you, they're hard to see if they're big enough. And I'm hoping tonight that they'll make them larger so that you can see very, very clearly where everybody goes now compared to very clearly where everybody potentially will go with the changes. It was just difficult to look up and to see very clearly. So that was the other part. I'm hoping they make a big screen or someplace where it can be printed out in a large capacity. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And I apologize. I see now that I was mixing up my 2 columns of who I was calling. So that's why we were calling attendance boundary people early. So next is Jacqueline Rodriguez, and it looks like we will need some translation for this.
Okay, so hang on. So I'm going to unmute Itzel. So Itzel, you are unmuted.
Okay.
Do we have
Do you have the speaker on the conference line?
Jacqueline Rodriguez?
Jasmine Rodriguez. Jasmine Rodríguez se encuentra en la línea de conferencia. No.
Is that possible? Well, no. Okay. All right. If you hear from her, let us know and we'll come back.
Okay. Definitely.
Next is Juana Martinez Gonzalez.
Okay, so it's telling me that I can't allow her to talk because she's using an older version of Zoom.
Okay. So Juana, are you able to maybe update that and then come back? We'll come back to you if you're able to do that.
Can she call in? Yeah.
Or yeah, you can call in. There's a phone number on the agenda.
Janet, do you want to have that repeated in Spanish so she could understand the calling back, or is that being communicated to her in some way?
Well, Juana filled hers in the English one. She's our last oral communication, so that's why I'm hesitating to move on until we can figure out. I think she disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like Maria Stockton would like to speak next, and then hopefully Juana will be back.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Maria, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm calling in about two separate things. First off, I want to thank Alicia McAvoy for working so hard for getting a proclamation from the City Council acknowledging the work that both the teachers and classified employees are doing during this difficult time, and recognizing that by giving the proclamation of making May the month of appreciation for both units. I'm very proud of our classified employees. Many people don't know what they're doing at this time, but as you know, they're essential workers who are out on the front lines dealing with our parents directly through technology, libraries, packets being made and given out, food service, so many services. And it is Classified Employees Week that was put into the Ed Code in the 80s. So I just want to say a humongous congratulations and how proud I am of them. The other thing is that we just finalized our last year of the contract. It was a pleasure dealing with Wendy and her team, going back and forth. At first, yes, we were quite surprised at what the district was offering. We always want to try and feel we're getting what's fair and equitable, and many times it isn't that way. Of course, when somebody's hamburger goes up, they don't say, are you a teacher, it's this much, and if you're classified, it's less because you get paid less. Just as when there are raises and we deal with percentages, the percentage for a classified is the same percentage as a teacher administrator, is much, much less, in which we all know things don't work that way in the real world. Our healthcare we see as going up with this terrible virus, and we hear there's laying off of nurses and doctors, and so I'm sure our rates will go up quite high to get our healthcare back in order. But I do want to say a humongous thank you to Wendy for making it so enjoyable for our team to be negotiating back and forth with her team. We are hoping to work on next year's or the follow-up contract that's going to be coming soon. And again, thank you to Alicia McAvoy for her assistance in getting the proclamation done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. I see that we have, I'm going to go back up. Juana Martinez's hand was raised. Maybe she came back. Juana, are you able to speak with us now?
It's still giving me the same message. I can promote her to a panelist to allow her to speak, it's telling me right now, but I can't allow her to speak as an attendee.
If she'll be able to speak as a panelist, that we can do that.
Okay, I will do that.
Hi. Oh, my phone. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good night. Hi, my name is Juana Gonzalez Martinez. My son goes to Kennedy Middle School, and I'm a parent leader with Innovate Public Schools. Today, I want to appreciate and recognize the hard work that you are doing during the COVID-19 crisis and the support that you have provided to the community through the food banks and all the information that you had given through email and text. We know that these are difficult times, and we're all trying to find the best ways to support the kids in our community. And okay, I put the volume up. And I want to share with you how my experience as a parent and full-time worker has been during this crisis. My experience has been good, but at the same time, challenging. I feel blessed with the principal, Sabrina, since she's doing an incredible job with the communication with the parents. Even though not all the parents have the same knowledge and access to technology, she's doing her best to reach out to every parent in school via emails or text messages. I'm still working full-time, and I am forced to juggle my job and the new responsibility of being an educator as well. Different than my experience with the principal, Sabrina, I haven't had a good communication with the teachers, and it's easy for us as the parents to become overwhelmed, anxious, and stressed when we don't have the time, tools, or knowledge to help them with their assignments. I have the privilege to speak both English and Spanish, and this helped to reach out to the teachers when I have questions about schoolwork. So I can't imagine what a non-English speaking parent is going through right now when the schoolwork sometimes is only in English and can't communicate with the teachers because of the language barrier. When I look at my kids, I'm worried that they are not learning as much as they should and how this will affect them in the future, especially my son going to high school now. As a group of parent leaders, we believe that the communication is essential, especially in these times. We have meetings with the county superintendent, Nancy McGee, and trustee Ted, I can't pronounce her last name, Lemper, and your roles to talk about our experience during this crisis and learn how, as leaders, we can support the local districts. We want to have this type of meetings with you, and because of this, we send emails to all of you so we can have meetings like the one we have with the County Office of Education. I want to thank Trustee McAvoy for responding to our emails, and I want to encourage the other trustees to do the same. We want to build a relationship with all of you and work together for the benefit of education of the kids in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Juana. We did have Jackie with a hand raised, and I was wondering if that was Jacqueline Rodriguez, but I don't see her anymore. So we can move on to Raquel Gonzalez.
Looking. Okay.
Hi, Raquel, go ahead.
Hi, great, thank you. I'm Raquel Gonzalez, and I'm a parent of a student at Adelante Selby Spanish Immersion. And I wrote a note to everyone, but I wanted to just publicly say how upsetting it was to see all the community input ignored in the naming. I've talked to other parents, and I think it just felt our past is being ignored. And I guess I'm just curious why the name that the community gave input and provided to was not accepted. I couldn't find the notes from the prior agenda to see what happened. I think parents just assumed we went through this process. Overwhelmingly, people wanted the name. It was going to be recommended, that it was just kind of a done deal. And it was just kind of upsetting to once again have, the community needs ignored.
Well, thank you for your feedback. Because this is under oral communication and is not on the agenda, we're actually not able to have a discussion about it. But, we can respond by email. And I think you said you emailed us.
Yes, and so is it being discussed in the next meeting? I believe, the naming, because it's not chosen yet.
I'm not sure if it'll be in an upcoming meeting, but I'm not sure. Dr. Baker, do you know what date that will be on the agenda?
Not till later on in June.
So later on in June, okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to ask, we have several teachers that want to speak about distance learning. Do we want to take those now or during the COVID-19 update? Anyone? Okay, then we'll go ahead and keep those on the COVID-19 update. I believe that's the last item we have for oral communication. I'm just gonna look through real quick. And Ellie, if I missed somebody, let me know. Yeah, I think that's it. So we will move on to Elisa. You wanted to, are you here, Elisa? Yeah, there you are. Is Elisa frozen? Or is it, there we go.
Oh, shoot. Am I frozen?
Yeah.
Can you? Okay.
No,
So I wanted to say thank you, Maria Stockton, for your kind words. I did want to clarify that Diane Howard, the mayor, reached out to me because we had been at the same meeting and asked for my assistance on the proclamation, but the city council took the lead, and I also checked in with our board members and our superintendent. It was really a joint effort from all of the board members, superintendent, and the city council. So we did want to recognize the teachers and staff, and this is a proclamation that was read at the Redwood City Council meeting on Monday night. And I'm having trouble with Zoom. Shoot. Are you able to see? Are you able to hear me or see me?
We can hear you, but it looks like your video is off.
Okay, that's fine. It's important as long as you can hear me. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I have it on. Anyway, it's the new normal with Zoom, and I apologize. So let me go ahead and read the proclamation. That's the important part. We want to thank our teachers and staff. It is a month where we have Teacher Appreciation Week, and then as Maria mentioned, we have Classified Week, which is this week. So the proclamation reads, for Teacher and Staff Appreciation Month. Whereas teachers, along with all school employees, change the lives of millions of children every day, their immense work and impact moves us beyond words. And whereas with the abrupt end to the physical school year, our teachers and staff have done even more to continue education with virtual classrooms and learning at home lessons, all to ensure every student has the tools they need to reach their full potential. Whereas school district staff distributed almost 3,000 computers and over 600 internet hotspots to students to ensure that they could stay connected with school and their education while distant learning. And whereas school staff and our partners are distributing breakfast, lunch, and dinner meals to children under 18-year-olds every week. Oh my gosh. This is, let's see, sorry. To have nutritious food during this difficult time. And whereas it is in these challenging times that we truly recognize and appreciate how our nation's educators and support staff play such a pivotal role in our children's lives, inspiring the lifelong love of learning and discovery and making a difference in their well-being and long-term success. And whereas this year's recognition of their commitment to children will be very different, we thank our teachers as well as other staff, including administrators, office staff, instructional assistants, custodians, librarians. Oh my gosh, my computer is, I can't finish reading this, shoot. Let's see, oh, here we go, okay. Let's see. We thank our teachers as well as our other staff, including administrators, office staff, instructional assistants, custodians, librarians, and child nutrition professionals who have been providing support to our students and families from all of the Redwood City schools over the last few months. As the COVID-19 situation started to develop, teachers and staff worked quickly to transition to at-home learning, and we are all both grateful and proud of them for always keeping our students at the forefront of their work. And whereas all teachers and staff are eager to return to their campuses and educate and care for children, the next couple of months will continue to be busy for all school employees, as there is much planning to do for next year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Diane Howard, Mayor of Redwood City, on behalf of the City Council and the School Board and the residents of the Redwood City, do hereby declare this month of May of Teacher and Staff Appreciation. All right, I'm really sorry for the technical difficulties I'm having. I hope that you were all able to hear that. So thank you very much on behalf of the board and superintendent and cabinet. We really appreciate all that all of you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa, and thanks for your work with the City Council on making that happen. So we really appreciate it. So we're on item 9.1, recognition of the 2019-2020 induction program participants. Wendy, did you say you're taking that one?
Yes, I will be tonight. Thank you. So this is such a special occasion for us in Redwood City, as it is every year. It's disheartening that we can't do this in person. It's such a special event. But in May of each year, we recognize our participants in induction for all of their hard work. As you know, induction is the pathway to clear the California credential. And so when teachers graduate with their preliminary credential, they enter into a mentorship program in which we have seasoned teachers in our district that have like credentials or like grade levels or like sites that are mentoring our new teachers. Research shows that when teachers enter into a clear credential program and they have mentorship, their likelihood to stay in the profession grows exponentially. And so I'm so pleased that the board and our superintendent, Dr. Baker, has constantly encouraged and supported the program, even so much as having our own in-house induction program. Other districts often tend to send teachers to the county, which is also a wonderful program, but unfortunately does not allow for that one-to-one connection with the general ed credential process and clearing the process, and certainly weekly meetings and so forth, some of the requirements of induction. So tonight is a great celebration. I noticed, and I'm hoping I didn't miss anyone, it's a little hard in looking at the list of attendees to make sure that I'm capturing all of those that are present, but I'm excited tonight on behalf of Erin Keiko. She is our Director of Induction. She was unable to present tonight, but I want to really recognize her hard work. For the previous 7 years, I've overseen the program, and Erin really stepped in this year and has done an amazing job with a personal connection with teachers, and she's set up a classroom in order to show practices and work with mentors on a regular basis too. And so she has been the strength behind this program this year, and I want to applaud her for all of her hard work and effort, especially while we go through an accreditation. Every 7 years, our district goes through an accreditation for induction, like other programs, but this year is our year, and so that adds a whole nother layer of complexity to it. It's like planning a small wedding, and she has really done that with such finesse while still running the program. So I want to thank her for all of her efforts. But we're shifting gears now and talking about our candidates. So there are two groups of candidates that we want to recognize tonight. The first are candidates that have completed the equivalent of 1 year of induction. And so these are teachers that are new to the profession within the first year or two, depending on their situation. We also have teachers that have come from Spain, and they joined the program as well as part of the requirements. So it's a great time to celebrate their hard work as well. And so I'm going to be reading all of the names of the teachers here, the year 1 candidates. They will continue on in the year 2 program, and with successful completion, will move towards clearing their credential. The first person is Hilary Volmerding. And we have Ignacio de Leon, Sarah Martinez, Jacob Havey, Swati Solanki, Angela Haw, Amber Fisk, Rhoda Sombad, and Abby Wilkerson. I think I saw Ignacio, Sarah, Swati, Amber, Rhoda, and Abby in our audience tonight. So a big round of applause to them. Great job for all of that hard work. And we are so thrilled that you are joining us next year for the program, and you've worked hard with your mentor. That's really what this is all about, to give you the support to be successful in that first year, with the simple question of where's the bathroom to such complex things that you have to figure out as you progress along your day and navigating your classroom, your students, and learning about all of our district initiatives. And so you've come a really long way this year. So big kudos to our year 1 candidates. They will be receiving their certificate, unfortunately, in the mail because we're not able to see you in person tonight. So moving on to our year 2 candidates, these are our teachers in our district who, of course, have completed their 2nd year. And so they have undergone 2 years of mentorship from great mentors that align with their credentials I mentioned earlier. And the program, as you know, involves a weekly meeting with their mentors. They're working on personal and professional goals that fall in alignment with some of the work that they're hoping to achieve that have continued from their credential program or might be new to them. And so they select a individual learning plan and work through that individual learning plan with their mentor. And it's nice to see such success when we look over their portfolios and see all of their hard work. So with that, we have Daniel Rogers as the start of our year 2 candidate, Jenna Barash, Melanie Alvarez, Marissa Selfa, Jael Testa, Monica Voles, Regina Lemp, Elizabeth Fang, and Cynthia Alvarez de Kennedy. So I'm so pleased that our year 2 teachers will be exiting our program for induction and clearing their credential. It's such a great success. So I really want to congratulate you as well. So a big round of applause for our year 2 candidates. Congratulations to you. And I'm glad so many of you are staying with us in Redwood City School District so we can continue to watch you grow over the years. And I do see a lot of principals on here too, by the way, that are here to support their teachers as well. So it's really a nice village effort, I have to say. But what's most exciting too for me is in acknowledging the candidates is to really congratulate the mentors. They are the backbone of the program. These are seasoned teachers in Redwood City that have proven that they are very masterful of their craft. But more importantly, we look for the art of coaching. And Erin spends quite a bit of time working with mentors and refining those skills. Some come very natural to people and others need more practice, especially when it comes to some difficult conversations or struggles. You know, adult to adult relationships are always something that mentors need to work on versus with students that, you know, that we're doing all the time. And so I really want to impress upon the mentors that we're so thankful that you continue with this job of mentoring. We are pleased that you have attended the meetings with Erin. You're always reaching out with questions. And more importantly, you're making the time and space for the candidates that so badly need you and want to talk through things and reflect upon the work that they're doing. Because as I mentioned earlier, the research shows that people going through this program, teachers going through this program, really show success after 5-10 years in the profession. And it really boils down to the reflection opportunities that they're doing with a seasoned teacher. So with that, I would also like to celebrate the great work this year of mentors Tiffany Maloli for PE, Meg Grulich at Henry Ford. We have Patti Alcazar at Adelante Selby with Ava Badar, Sarah Cullum, our awesome staff development coach, Melissa Vandermolen at Kennedy, along with Kelly Jorgensen. We have Robin Raphael Simke at North Star and Eleanor Doherty as well as at Adelante Selby, Sherry Sukiyama at Roosevelt, Denise Gill at Taft, Linda Kiefer at Cloud, and Elizabeth Hernandez at Adelante Selby, and Amy Barstead at Henry Ford. So many great mentors that are in the program right now and have been in the program in the past. And I really want to thank everybody because we couldn't do it without you. This is really a special program. And once again, I appreciate the board's support in all of their efforts in making sure that this program is in place. So with that, that is our online virtual colloquium. Without all the fanfare, balloons, and exciting times, but I know that we have more celebrations to come in future years, and I'm looking forward to doing those in person in the future. So thank you again, everybody.
Thanks, Wendy. It really is disappointing to not be able to do this in person because it's always such a really nice event, and to be able to congratulate all the teachers in person. I don't know if any board members or Dr. Baker want to say anything, but just really proud of all of our teachers and all of our mentors and all the work that you guys put in. So congratulations to you. I'm looking around to see if anybody wants to say anything. Okay, so we will move on to item 10.1, the bond program update. Will, you're on.
All right, guys, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So construction progress photo update. We'll start with the Taft School temporary parking lot. In place and ready for the full project, which is just recently launched. Adelante Selby School admin. So we're actually reconfiguring some of the classroom space here at the front of the campus at one of the entry points. And we're converting it to an admin. Here's the inside. North Star's new automated gate was completed recently. McKinley School, one of the finishing touches on the McKinley School project, modernization project, the ornamental fencing. Henry Ford School modernization, so you can see the new front entryway and sidewalk nearing completion. Saw cutting of one of the drains. Jump into the Hoover School modernization. So this was the existing parking lot, and you can see that they're demoing and reconfiguring, expanding the parking lot at Hoover. Transfer to the Hoover School gym. So you can see this is the prep for the pad. And then the concrete pour for the building pad. 909 Roosevelt Avenue site, formerly Haas. Completed gate. And the new paint. Kennedy School modernization, new HVAC equipment. The inside of a reconfigured science lab. New ductwork. Oh. And then we'll end on the Kennedy School new administration building ribbon cutting ceremony photos. This was in preparation for the ceremony. Kids anxious to cut the ribbon? Cutting of the ribbon. And some excited students and staff members. And that is it for today. Bond program update. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Will. It's exciting to see that. Are there any questions or comments on the board? Elisa, did you?
Yeah. First of all, Will, thank you very much for the update. Much appreciated. I just wanted to mention that the picture of Kennedy would have been taken before we went into social distancing and sheltering in place, just in case.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we should just clarify that we did not put any children at risk.
Thank you for noting that.
And it's what we want to get to eventually, right? So anyway, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
That was a good point of clarification. Will, I have one question. Have we, I think, been able to fast track projects without having the kids in the classroom?
Absolutely. Every one of our active construction projects has been fast-tracked now that the students aren't in. The contractors are able to get into the classrooms, maneuver the sites more efficiently. Yeah, things have been moving faster than expected for us, and it's great.
So I guess that's a silver lining in all of this. It's exciting to see the buildings coming together. You don't see any other questions or comments? Cecilia, I'm missing you. Oh, there you are. Okay. All right. So we can move on then to the bond consent items. Item 11. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved. Oh, I'll second it.
So we have Dennis and Elisa. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee McBride.
Aye.
Trustee Marcus.
Aye.
Trustee Diaz-Slocum.
Yes.
Vice President McAvoy.
Aye.
President Lawson.
Aye. Thank you. Item 12.1, a bond program action item, approval of construction agreement with Cal State for Roosevelt School. Will, I don't know if you wanted to say anything to that or if we have questions, comments.
I'll mention that the Roosevelt project came in $1.3 million under budget, which was great. And yeah, I'll just ask if anyone else has any questions.
Dennis, you unmuted. Did you want to say something?
No.
Okay. Maria, you're unmuted too. Did you want to say something? That's how I can tell if anybody wants to talk.
No, I just think it's great that it came under budget.
Yeah, that's excellent. Okay, then do we have a motion to approve?
Yeah, you know what, actually, just we should acknowledge and I think, be proud of the fact that we're coming under budget on a lot of these construction items. And I just want to thank Dennis and Janet. I know you're the board members on the committee. Thank Will Robertson, Don Diaz, and just the whole team. I know you're being very mindful of money and really getting the best deals out there for quality projects. So thank you very, very much. You're doing an awesome job. And think about it, 1.3 million, that's a lot of money that we can then put back into other capital projects. So thank you so, so much. Really appreciate all the work you're all doing.
You're very welcome.
So do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Maria?
Second.
Dennis? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee McBride.
Aye.
Trustee Marcus.
Aye.
Trustee Diaz-Slocum.
Aye.
Vice President McAvoy.
Aye.
President Lawson.
Aye. Thank you, Don and Will, for being here, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you guys so much.
So we're moving on to an item that I think many of our attendees are here for, 13.1, the discussion of the school attendance boundary change. Dr. Baker, did you want to start it out, or
Sure.
should we dive right in?
This is right. Excuse me. We're just starting our discussion of the school attendance boundary changes for neighborhood. As you all know, a year ago, last fall, we started the resizing of the Redwood City School District. And so with the merging of some schools, we now have attendance boundaries that need to be looked at, and parents who have new children coming in to the 21-22 school year are wondering what school boundary they will be, what will be their school boundary. So tonight is to start a discussion with board members, and we will have several other meetings, 2 public hearings, and to gather more input from our community, and then also the board will make its final decision in June, late June. So this evening we have a presentation from our demographer. They're from Who Knew It. They used to be at one time Decision Insight, which has been with the district for several years. Our demographer helps us plan, and that's exactly what they are doing with this process, as data shows that school districts, including Redwood City, will continue to get smaller. Therefore, the attendance areas for the school will widen to cover larger areas. So we have tonight with us Zach Worthen. Oh, he just...
Setting up this chair, sorry.
Yeah, you took away my screen.
oh, I'm sorry. I'll, there you go. You can have it back.
I've got something written out.
I will hold off for a moment.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Tonight we have with us Zach Worthen and Jason Mercel, who are both here tonight, and they have begun using our board policy for school attendance boundaries to guide their work. So I'll let Zach start with his presentation.
Are you all looking at the RCSD PowerPoint slide?
Yes, we are.
Awesome. So thank you, Superintendent Baker, for the introductions. Myself and my colleague Jason are going to give a presentation on the attendance boundaries. We've been working with members of the staff and the Board of Trustees to, as Superintendent Baker said, begin this process. I do want to stress that what we're doing here is we're starting a process. I know that maps and boundaries can be a very loaded subject, and we want to make sure that people understand the intent and direction of this presentation. And so what we're going to be doing is walking through some presentations for possible solutions to the permanent neighborhood boundaries for the neighborhood schools of Redwood City. We are going to be going through a few pieces. I'm going to give a brief introduction and the criteria for the schools that we're looking at, so folks understand how we structured these various scenarios. We're going to go through the 2 scenarios and then move on to the next steps that Superintendent Baker alluded to, planning and understanding what those next community meetings and things look like. Just so you all know who I am, again, I work for Who Knew It, for Decision Insight is our enrollment analytics division. We're providing boundary and enrollment analytics to you folks and districts both around California and the country. I've worked with Portland Public Schools, the New York City DOE, doing work like this, and I will be working on an ongoing basis with Redwood City as we finalize these plans. This is a set of information that should look pretty familiar right here, but what we want to be doing in this Redwood City boundary plan is planning for the future. Since beginning in, I think, 2017 and certainly ongoing, Redwood City has embarked on this plan to make sure that the organization's future as a school district has an opportunity to rethink how you remain focused on the core mission, which is obviously educating kids in a district that has 1,500 fewer kids than it did 6 years ago, and an ongoing trend in decline in enrollment. And what we want to do is make sure that those school buildings and those neighborhood schools continue being thoughtful, well-built schools that are also financially viable and the correct size for the district. I'm going to start moving on to some of the more technical pieces. I'm going to try to get through the technical pieces and then the scenarios one at a time. If board members do have questions, feel free to interject after the scenarios. If there's extremely important pieces, feel free to jump in where need be, but because there's a lot of information, I'm going to try to go through them one by one and make sure that everybody understands what these scenarios consist of. I want to first walk through what those criteria for these scenario planning look like. We are redesigning the Redwood City school district boundaries to ensure that all Redwood City families have a neighborhood school. We understand that there are a lot of RCSD students who attend schools outside of their neighborhood boundary, and we wanted to design boundaries that work with that in mind, that acknowledge students' school of choice decisions and other decisions that families are making. We wanted to look at multiple scenarios. We're going to be presenting two possibilities today, one which prioritizes keeping things as unchanged as possible, and the other which prioritizes balancing the capacities of those remaining buildings. One of the things that we want to be clear is both scenarios assume that patterns of those K-8 and comprehensive middle school attendance in the geographic areas remain pretty similar to what they are now, as will attendance at the school's district's various schools of choice, like Orion and Adelante. Any questions? Take a brief break and make sure there are no questions before I move on to the scenarios. So the first thing that we're going to be looking at, which is scenario one, and what we were calling less change and less balance, is a scenario that's leaving several of our K-8s unchanged. It's dividing up the attendance areas of those closed buildings between their adjacent catchment areas. Those general descriptions were approved by the board in 2018. The specific lines of those boundaries are what we're talking about here. All of the buildings in this scenario are mathematically viable, but there's a larger variance in capacity usage between the buildings that are remaining open. I'm going to go through each of the schools now. We're going through them in alphabetical order, just so folks are aware of how the process is going to be working. Just as a quick note, before we get into all of them, you'll note that the school projections in the table are for 2021 and 2026. 2021 is the first year that we're looking at real implementation of this plan. So I know folks are probably interested in implementation questions. That's a much larger question that Superintendent Baker and the board will take up at a later date. But just so folks are aware, the first time we're talking about is in the beginning of the 2021 school year. 2026 is the 5-year projection horizon. If you're looking at the maps in this PowerPoint, you'll see a couple different pieces of information. The school boundaries and their new catchment areas that are being incorporated are going to be different colors just to highlight. I just want to speak quickly to one of the community members who had asked a question about the ability to read the maps on a very detailed street-by-street basis. We will be addressing and actually putting out searchable interactive maps as part of a later communication from the staff. So I do apologize if you have questions about minute details that aren't answerable tonight based on these PowerPoints. They should obviously give the scope and directionality of the changes clarity, but the specifics of addresses will be available in interactive map. I believe by next week, we'll follow up with the exact detail and it will be available on a district website. So we're going to talk quickly about the actual boundaries themselves. We're going to start with Clifford. The district, again, had identified a portion of the John Gill boundary being split between Roosevelt and Clifford schools. In this scenario, what we're looking at is splitting the southern half of that John Gill catchment area and assigning that neighborhood area to Clifford Elementary. I'm going to only say this next bullet once because it's true for several of our schools, but this is a portion of that boundary that has been assigned to the Kennedy 6-8 attendance area. All of the scenarios that we're talking about here assume that students are going to keep making the decision they've made before. That is, if they're already attending Kennedy Middle School, they're going to continue to, and if they're already attending a neighborhood K-8, they're going to continue doing that as well. Those are obviously personal decisions, but that's the piece informing the scenarios that we're looking at today. Folks will notice that while this is, again, mathematically viable in terms of room, it actually does leave a great deal of capacity in the Clifford building, just given the number of the size of the catchment area that we're moving from John Gill into Clifford.
So Zach,
Yes.
before you move on, could you go back, please?
Absolutely.
So if you're in the audience, you're going to look at the enrollment of 480 and you're going to say, oh my God, right now there's 576 students, what's happened? And you're going to have that issue with every school. So can you talk about why this doesn't map to actual enrollment?
Sure, and there are a couple things going on here, but what these pieces are is they're what's called a geographic area projection is the first step. So what we're looking at is the number of students attending schools within the Redwood City boundary who live within this neighborhood. That is to say, neighborhood families who also live within, district families who live within this neighborhood boundary. You'll notice that there are a few other things going on there too. we have our school of choice attendance. So we're now taking students who are attending schools of choice, Orion, Adelante, et cetera. And we're also backing out students who attend Kennedy Middle School. And then finally, what we're looking at is a projection that is actually 2.5 years from those audited enrollments that we're looking at from September, October of 2019. Does that make sense, Dennis?
Not completely, because if you add up the expected enrollment all the way across, it would show we're going to have significant declining enrollment. And while we're going to have some decline, it's not going to be this much.
There are also out of that I'm not sure. I mean, I can follow up and make sure that these enrollments are aligning across the board. I don't want to be giving incorrect information, but I think that the bulk of those changes are accounted for in the school of choice and Kennedy decisions.
Okay. So just at a high level, then what this would say is we're going to have 400 less, or let's see, we're going to have roughly 450 less students in 2021 than we have today.
I can confirm that for you.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, not a problem. Moving on to Garfield. The Garfield border in scenario 1 is incorporating the former Selby Lane attendance area north of Selby and Nimitz Avenue into the Garfield K-8 catchment area. What you'll notice is it does move Garfield close to 100% capacity in 2021, although it does drop down to a manageable 93% by 2023. One of the advantages of this is that it does avoid splitting the Selby Lane neighborhood area into a bunch of different parts. Again, if you look at those projections for 2021 and 2026, you'll see a building close to capacity in 2021 and leveling out by 2026. One of the things I would like to point out before I get too much further is we've looked at two boundaries right now changing. I do want to emphasize that what we're talking about here is presenting what's in essence a menu of options. Each of the scenarios we're talking about right now are comprehensive in that everywhere in the district is mapped in each of these scenarios. There may be portions of each scenario or portions of scenarios that haven't been presented yet that actually represent what the board and the community want to see. We don't want to give the impression that these scenarios are all or nothing, right? What they're presenting is a menu of options of possible ways that we can construct these boundaries with trade-offs in order to construct the final boundaries that are approved by the Board of Trustees. Moving on to Henry Ford, you'll see the eastern portion of the Hawes neighborhood attendance area. It's been assigned to the Henry Ford catchment. One of the things this does is it unites the annex, the sort of non-contiguous portion of Henry Ford Elementary bounded by Wheeler Ave and 82, with the rest of that contiguous boundary. And the southern portion of that former Selby Lane neighborhood area east of Woodside Road is also currently showing as being assigned to the Henry Ford catchment area. One of the things this does is it limits the number of students who were formerly assigned to an elementary school who are now going to be assigned to a K-8. That's not necessarily a positive or a negative. That's a decision that's up to the community and the Board of Trustees. But given that there are the balance between the comprehensive middle school and the various neighborhood K-8s, that may limit the amount of transition for the students being assigned there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, so the part of Henry Ford that's a little further up, I don't know what direction that is, because if that's, anyway, it's just to the south of 84, or yeah, south of 84 and near El Camino. It's, you know, it's not adjacent to, it's not contiguous of, but is that the part that does include this Kentfield Commons that has, it only has access out to Woodside Road and not the other direction? Or is that another area? Because I know we've gotten a number of emails about that particular area. It's hard to tell from this map.
Yeah,
and I don't know
sorry.
if you had the benefit of seeing some of those comments early on, but I think we need a blowed up map. I mean, I was just sort of wondering why that's going down to Henry Ford, and it may be because of that exit onto Woodside Road versus going the other direction, which would take it out to Selby.
So Elisa, that section that's currently zoned to Henry Ford is, it's a little bit further east than Kentfield Commons. This is like if you know where like KFC is, and I think the Hudson area.
Okay.
I believe that Kentfield Commons is, I think it's just west of where it says Orchard Avenue.
Okay, I think that's the case too. It's hard to tell by this particular map. So, okay, right, because I know we'll have some comments on that probably when we get to the comment section. So I think you're probably right, Janet, that right now it does not include that. So that other area is projected in this particular scenario to go over to Garfield then.
Right.
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
portion that is currently Henry Ford, it is just on the other side of Woodside Road, and it is kind of off. Like Zach was saying, the inclusion of the Hawes area would make it more contiguous because there is this weird like branch out over off of Woodside Road currently.
Okay. Thank you.
And Elisa, just to speak to that again, I know that these boundaries, the screenshots of these from our mapping system do a good job of showing sort of the big picture. And to your point, I know there's individual community decisions that that might be important, and being able to identify house by house is obviously the piece that those interactive maps will facilitate for. And so when those are available, I think that should help community members determine specific pieces. And just as a quick follow-up with, for instance, a thing like this Henry Ford piece, we have not in where we can, in this scenario, at least in scenario one, we're not moving students who are assigned to a currently open building to a new building. So I probably should have mentioned that in the criteria. One of the things that we would not do unless it was pretty specifically directed was to actively move students out of a currently open building into another currently open building, right? So when we would be unlikely without direction to take that area currently assigned to Henry Ford and to move it to another school that was also staying open. That's just, again, it's not a rule. It's a general practice that's usually going to be driven from the community. We'll see an example of it in scenario 2, but that's just a general usual practice that we'll be looking at. Moving on to Hoover, there's actually no change to the Hoover K-8 catchment area right now. The board priorities from 2018 don't expressly assign any portion of the Hawes, Selby Lane, John Gill, or Fair Oaks buildings to Hoover. And so in this scenario in which we're prioritizing less change to the buildings that we can, there's no change to it. Hoover does, interestingly, unlike most of the other current catchment areas in the district, begin to grow again by 2025. It's got a fairly healthy attendance area and capacity usage within the current boundary. And so it is really sort of, there are plenty of things we could do to the Hoover boundary to help alleviate problems at other schools. It could be a self-contained boundary with no changes for the timeline that we're looking at now. We're going to look at the Kennedy Middle School boundary fairly quickly. There's no change exactly to the Kennedy Middle School boundary, with the caveat that when we're looking at those students who are now assigned to K-8 schools, those Clifford and Roosevelt schools, we're assuming that they're attending the school that they were attending before the boundary changes, which is to say we are not intending to show any change in behavioral decisions between attending a K-8 and attending this comprehensive middle school, because the elementary schools aren't changing. Otherwise, the Kennedy Middle School elementary to 6-8 feeder pattern, we're not showing any change. And moving on to Roosevelt, again in scenario 1, you'll see that the northern half of the John Gill neighborhood attendance area is being assigned to the Roosevelt building, as well as the northwest portion of that Hawes Elementary area, which is being assigned to Roosevelt as well. As is the case with the Clifford piece, those students who are attending Kennedy Middle School right now, we're assuming would continue to do so. And looking at the final, oh, sorry, not the final, looking at our second to last school, just looking at Roy Cloud similarly to the school, I'm blanking on the name, I'm sorry. Similarly to Hoover, I apologize. We're not actually showing any change to the Roy Cloud catchment area right now, as none of the other 4 schools are expressly assigned to this neighborhood area. It does retain a fair amount of geographic capacity, which is compounded by the geographic isolation of the building. One of the things you'll notice here, and I think this may get to a point that Dennis was making earlier, is that folks who know the Roy Cloud building may know that there are quite a few more students in Roy Cloud than these 505 students showing. What that's reflecting is the number of available seats for in-district transfers. Retaining in-district transfer seats or assigning larger neighborhood areas is a decision that's up to the board. That's up to the board as a matter of policy, but that is what that is showing, is that in the current boundary, the 505 students are the number of students in the neighborhood, and the difference between the capacity and that expected enrollment from the geographic projection is the number of available seats for students who engage in intra-district transfer into that building. And the final piece is Taft. It's a fairly simple description because it's just incorporating the Fair Oaks boundary into Taft Elementary School, retaining that elementary to Kennedy Middle School feeder pattern. Even with the 2 of them, it retains a fair amount of geographic capacity for in the Taft Elementary School building. I'm going to move on to the summary page, and I'm going to open for a moment. I'll give you guys a few minutes to take a look at the summary and capacities table and let me know if you have any questions. So it doesn't sound like anyone, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, not so much a question, but a comment. I do think on the capacity that some of these numbers look a little high. So I understand that, you know, they're based on the number of classrooms that could be student classrooms. And I don't know, probably this is a question for Dr. Oh, actually, you may know, either Dr. Baker or Jorge, you know, did we use 25 or 30 kids in a classroom? And then I'm also just thinking that it could be a little bit different with kind of in the world, with the new normal in terms of, you know, how many students you would actually put on a campus. But I just feel like, as an example, Clifford, that looks really high to me, that number. I know that campus, you know, a little bit better because my children went there. So that one seems high to me. You know, so anyway, I just think we have to keep in mind that on the capacity, you know, that would be using every classroom. I suppose that's not something for some of the other uses that we have, like we do have some after school care, for example, at Clifford and other things like that. So I don't know if that was accounted for in that capacity number.
So the capacity numbers do come from the district. We can happily incorporate revised numbers, whether they're just reconsiderations, whether there are, you know, changes due to other pieces. So those are the numbers that we got from the district, but we can certainly update them in the future if your facilities folks think that there are reasons to believe that they're overestimating, like you said, you know, just mathematical calculations on square footage or other things that may not reflect, you know, potential impacts of COVID, social distancing, or just general usage of the space. But we can certainly update those if the district decides that they're not accurately representing the true capacity of the building, certainly.
Thank you.
So when I met with the demographers, I asked the question about the capacity, and I was told that this is the spreadsheet that Don Diaz did, where he went school by school, classroom by classroom.
And Dennis and Zach, I'm not sure, because when you're talking about capacity at our school sites, we also have special day classrooms. And so the special day classrooms also have less students in them. By law, they have to have less students in them. So I think what I'll do is let me meet with Don Diaz again so we can have exactly the number of students that are in each classroom right now, because the 949, that seems really large, but knowing that SDC, Other special day classes that are at our school sites, the limit for students is at 10 to 12. And we have several classrooms at each of our schools with that type of number of students. So it would drop this.
Yeah. Yeah, so John, I think that would be really helpful to do that, because I'm also wondering if this allows for, say, a staff room on site. You know, maybe that this is sort of the maximum, like if we use every empty classroom as a classroom, and we know that some of those, like you said, are used for special day classes. Usually we have a staff room at each school site. You know, there's a few other things. So I think it would be good just to maybe double check those.
Right.
And then also be mindful of maybe the new normal in terms of numbers of kids in a classroom.
Right, then you have your resource specialist that he or she has their own classroom, and they don't see a full, 28 kids, 20, 30 kids at a time. So that I'll check with Dawn.
Yeah, and again, we will happily defer to your methodology with what capacities you're comfortable with, and we can update those in future presentations. We're going to move on to scenario 2. What we're looking at in scenario 2 is changing several boundaries, notably Hoover and Roy Cloud, that could remain viable in scenario 1, but balance our capacity percentages at more of our buildings. Again, I want to reiterate right now that a lot of these are sort of puzzle pieces or menu options and in various options that we could look at. These aren't meant to be all or nothing pieces. We can incorporate parts of scenario 1 and 2, look at other options. I want people to understand things that are important to them, but I also don't want folks to get hung up on the all or nothing nature of any of these scenarios. We're going to go in the same order as the last set of slides, just looking through the schools in the same order. So we're going to look at Clifford first, which assigns a larger portion, the northwest portion of the former John Gill neighborhood to Clifford. Again, just to reiterate it, sorry if I sound like a broken record, but we're assuming those same decisions about middle school and school of choice in those K-8s that are now sharing an attendance boundary with Kennedy Middle School. What this does do is it helps to balance from a geographic projection the attendance between Roosevelt and Clifford. What we'll see here in scenario 2 is that several of our schools are sort of the same side of a coin based on the board priorities, that we can shift the boundaries back and forth between schools, but that there's going to be something of a back and forth between schools. Clifford and Roosevelt are 2 of those. Hoover and Garfield are 2 of those, because they're the K-8s that share a boundary, that share the attendance boundaries of former ones. So what we're going to be looking at here is trying to balance the Roosevelt Clifford piece and trying to balance the Garfield Hoover piece in ways that sort of make the school attendance a little more balanced. Those are the priorities here. So looking at Garfield, there's a portion of the former Selby Lane attendance area that was assigned to Garfield in scenario 1 that we're now assigning up to Hoover K-8. One of the things that folks will notice in scenario 1 is that Garfield, with large portions of the Selby Lane boundary, is very close to full capacity. And that's the primary thing we're trying to solve right here. Again, I think that there were several community members who had some input on these boundary changes, but what this is attempting to do is understand a geographically compact boundary that also doesn't give Garfield a enrollment that's hovering close to 100% by 2021. The other thing that it does do is it does split that former Selby Lane neighborhood to a few more different schools, which again, that's just a balancing decision that the community and the board are going to have to consider and weigh.
Question.
Yes.
So do we know, John, this is probably a question for you, on capacity numbers for Garfield. Is this the current capacity or the capacity we would have after we finish the construction that's going on with the bond?
I don't believe, that's a good question. I don't know. I'd have to find that out.
Okay. So we should probably just clarify and make sure that we input the new number, especially if it's bigger, because that might give us a little more comfort level with capacity there at that site with both scenario 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you. Moving just a bit to the west, we're going to look at the Henry Ford boundary here. We're incorporating the same portion of the Hawes area uniting that non-contiguous part of the Henry Ford boundary here with the rest of its boundary. One of the things that we did look at in scenario 2 was potentially assigning a portion of Henry Ford Elementary School, that portion south of Alameda, to Roy Cloud. Again, what we're looking at here is just attempting to balance enrollment across these schools and make the neighborhood geographic assignments a more equitable balance of capacity usage across our buildings. This does help balance enrollment with Roy Cloud. What it does do, unfortunately, and I think, Elisa, we talked about this briefly, is it does include what we call a transition zone, where the current map would assign students who are currently at a school that is staying open to another school. That's, again, just a piece of a balancing effort that you guys are going to need to wrestle with as to whether that's something that makes sense when weighed against the balancing of the enrollment. Moving on to Hoover, what this boundary looks like in scenario 2 is we're taking a highly populated portion of that former Selby Lane catchment area, that northern northwest part, and assigning it from Garfield in scenario 1 to Hoover in scenario 2. What we're essentially doing here is we are looking at attempting to utilize the excess capacity at Hoover and relieve the potential overcrowding concerns, assuming that we get clarity on that modernization question at Garfield. I do want to quickly address what I think a lot of folks sort of looking at this would say is this sort of looks like a non-geographically compact boundary. There's sort of a little bit of an odd shape to it, and this is just, you know, the unique geographic challenges of each district, because Hoover and Garfield are bounded on both sides by elementary schools. Keeping that 6-8 boundary the same for the K through 8 requires that we sort of draw the line between those two elementary school boundaries. So where Fair Oaks and Taft now exist and where the Henry Ford boundary is, we don't have a lot of room to kind of draw circular boundaries out, which is what folks frequently like to see. So I acknowledge that when you look at this boundary, there's something of an odd shape to it, and I just want to make sure that folks understand why there's that sort of long drawn out piece, which might not otherwise be the way that we would like to draw district boundaries, just in terms of geographic compactness. Moving on to Kennedy, there's very little change between scenario 1 and 2 for Kennedy. The only major change is that where we're looking at changing the Henry Ford boundary, we obviously would be changing the feeder pattern area as well. So that area that used to be assigned to Henry Ford in current times in scenario 1 and is assigned to Roy Cloud in scenario 2 would keep its K8 feeder pattern at Roy Cloud and would no longer primarily be a Kennedy Middle School feeder boundary. Looking at Roosevelt, again, we looked up at the beginning of scenario 2 at the Clifford slides. And again, what we'll see here is the same sort of issue that we just talked about with Hoover and Garfield, which is that these are sort of the same sides of, or two sides of a coin, where we are splitting the John Gill boundary between. This was the division that best balanced enrollment across the two schools. It takes that northwest portion of the Hawes neighborhood and the southeast portion of that John Gill neighborhood and assigns it to Roosevelt. Again, this is the last time I'll reiterate this, but that 6-8 boundary assumes those same decisions of the Roosevelt versus Kennedy attendance. Our largest geographic change in the boundaries that we've drawn here is looking at changing the Roy Cloud boundary. As we looked at earlier, the Roy Cloud boundary is mathematically viable in the former one, but this does expand the geographic neighborhood assignment usage of the building. It takes the portion of Henry Ford south of Alameda and assigns that to Roy Cloud, as well as that southern portion of the former Selby Lane neighborhood area to the east of Woodside Road, and assigns it to the Roy Cloud catchment as well. It does make a much better use of Roy Cloud's technical geographic capacity. It is not, as similarly to the Hoover boundary, it's not necessarily a geographically compact boundary. And so that will raise some other questions as well, but it does balance out that capacity usage across several of the buildings. I'm going to go over Taft very quickly because it's the same as scenario 1. Again, incorporating the Fair Oaks boundary is the geographically sensible and it retains that same elementary school capacity. There's no difference at the Taft Fair Oaks building than there was in scenario 1. I'm going to move on to the summary and capacities tab for scenario 2 and open the floor to any questions that the trustees might have. So it sounds like there are no further questions from the trustees on the boundaries right now. I will cede it back to Janet, I believe, and we will stay on for community comment.
So Janet,
thank you, Zach. So we do have a number of comment cards on this item. I don't know if the board wanted to make any comments first.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. What's our thinking on transitions for families that with the boundary change, now all of a sudden they'll be in a different school? Like, are we gonna grandfather students to stay in their school until they matriculate out? And then kind of a subset of that is, let's say I have a sibling and my first child completely goes through the district and then I have a gap of a year. Is that second child grandfathered, or do they now automatically go to the new school? And I don't think this takes into, I don't think they can, but I don't think this takes into consideration any impact from COVID-19, like how many families are going to be displaced and have to leave.
I can tell you it doesn't right now. Obviously, that's enough of an evolving situation that these are
Right.
that's a fair consideration. I just wanted to address that. The rest of it's obviously policy questions, but I did want to be clear that yes, these are pre-corona estimates at this time.
Yeah, and then the other thing we had talked about was getting a sense of how many families and students were impacted by the changes we were proposing. I don't know if you've had a chance to do that. And the drill down maps would be really helpful.
Yeah, so our client services team is working on the live maps. I know Jorge had wanted to get those live. I'm not sure what his timeline is on that, but later in the week or next week, those live maps should be available. I think I shared some information with Jorge about the potential impacted students. There are some questions about apples to oranges comparisons because of what you're saying about board implementation timelines. So we can't really answer the question about affected students until we can do the data work once we understand what the board and superintendent sort of feedback on those policy pieces are going to be. But it's a very unsure number before we know those questions about sibling preference and grandfathering.
Thank you.
So is it okay if I go, Janet?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, thank you, Dennis. I had some of the same questions or sort of comments, things I think we'll need to work out around the grandfathering and the siblings, as well as thinking about COVID-19 and how that changes things. I also, I think you sort of talked a little bit about this, Zach, but I do think the schools of choice just makes it more difficult for us to really know or guess, guess is not the right word, but make a projection of where students will attend, because of course we have this pretty elaborate schools of choice program that allows parents and students to make choices. So I am sort of curious about how much that was included. I did see the schools of choice, so I sort of think you're looking at kind of past patterns to make projections. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, exactly. So what these are all, I mean, those are fair questions, right? And obviously there are uncertain futures where a change in some of these things may affect future decision making. These are using attendance patterns attendance patterns between the K-8s and the middle school, and attendance patterns from each geographic region to all of the schools of choice as the denominator for those decisions in the future. So again, a student, attending Orion from the Taft area would be assumed in these geographic and in these enrollment projections to be staying in that decision-making metric. So yes. They are incorporated here. We haven't shown them because they're not neighborhood boundaries, but yes, they are incorporated in the projection.
Right. So one of the things I was thinking that just maybe makes it a little more complicated is, one, all the changes in our community that are just going on before COVID, after COVID, but then also we did some school closing and merging. So also the composition of the schools and location of some of the schools have changed. So that also might impact choices that parents make in terms of where to send their kids.
Sure.
So, I think, we obviously have to make some estimates and do the best we can. But I just bring that up mostly as we think about capacity and all of that, that these are not perfect numbers. They're sort of the best that we can do. And I think I'm always cognizant of that schools of choice and how it plays into what we do. And then I also just wanted to say that, some of the things that I've been thinking about, and I know I expressed to you earlier, Zach, is that, a couple of my main goals would be sort of looking at the maps a little more closely and making some adjustments where needed to ensure that where we can with capacity and balancing the schools, that sort of thing, look at sort of the ease of getting to school, sort of what are the most safe ways, walking and biking. And we do have some interesting patterns with the railroad and El Camino and Woodside Road. There's a few sort of unique circumstances to our location. So I think we just, and I think we'll probably get some comments on that tonight from some of the families. So that's what's great about the public comments and getting input, is that the people who live in these neighborhoods are going to know sort of some of those patterns better than we will, and certainly that you can figure out from your map. So, and I think that would be something the board has talked a lot about, kind of safety to schools. So we'll care about that. And then the other thing is kind of equity of demographics where possible, particularly the socioeconomic combinations at school sites. And I do think our schools of choice have allowed more flexibility. It's not just on zip codes of where you live in your neighborhood school, but you do have the ability to apply to another school. So, I want to be and that's a personal goal of mine. I want to be mindful of that as we move forward in terms of our choices on boundaries.
Sure.
So in other words, I wouldn't want to make a school completely full of capacity if in fact that school is getting through the schools of choice a more equitable student body at the end of the day. That makes sense. So
it does. Yep. And just one of the things to point out that, so we do, fortunately, for the projections that you're looking at now, because Hawes, Selby, Gill, and Fair Oaks were closed last year, we do have 1 year of real school choice data. And again, that, the longer the trend line, the better that data is going to be. But we do have at least 1 year of enrollment information to at least help inform those decision-making things when we're talking about de-choicing into the schools of choice. So we have at least some real data to inform that.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, so the other policy thing I think the board's going to have to decide is the capacity isn't the reality of actual. So we use Roy Cloud. Roy Cloud shows that it's at 500. We've just expanded the Roy Cloud neighborhood. And so all these parents are going to be going, Yahoo, I can now go to Roy Cloud. And the reality is Roy Cloud at 750 is pretty much at capacity. So I think we're going to have a policy that we're not going to add space, buildings, et cetera. And you may not get into your school with a new boundary until space opens up. But because I think, and I don't know how to do it because I have all these charts with actuals and it's kind of it's a bridge you can't really make, but I think we're going to find there's certain schools that when we change the boundary, we're going to have to wait for students to kind of move out of the district, and if we decide to grandfather or not, have those move out. And then once that happens, then those families will be able to go to quote their home school. But there's going to be a period of time where we are going to be not able to achieve what we're talking about in this process.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that, there's going to have to be a policy that, if your boundary changed and you now want to go to the new school assignment, it has to be if there's room. But, those are some details we're going to have to work out. Did any other board members want to comment right now or have questions?
I do. I just wanted to also echo Elisa's comments with regards to safety and getting children to school. I'm especially concerned about the area with the railroad tracks. where, you know, kids go to Hoover. I saw that new area is quite far. So I have concerns about some of that as well as the capacity, because I do agree that the numbers show like we have a lot of capacity, but I think we have rooms that are used for different staffing and the special ed. So I really would like us to take a closer look at some of that. And I agree with the transition period and how that is all going to work out for the new boundary areas that we have. And that's all.
Should we go to public comments then? Okay. So our first one is Christina Lee. And just a reminder, public comments are limited to 3 minutes. So Kyle's gonna pull you up and go ahead, Christina.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Christina Lee, and I live in Kentfield Commons in Redwood City. And just to clarify on the map where it is, if you see that weird, strange man-made, like long blue little lake, Kentfield Commons is just to the like sort of right of that on the map. I live here, and I have a 4-year-old daughter and also a 18-month-old. And we moved here a while ago before we realized we were going to have kids. And my husband and I are both big supporters of the public schools. We went to public school, and I really believe in public education and the need to really make sure that we keep that strong. And if given a choice, we would definitely choose to go to a local nearby public school. And after moving to Kentfield Commons, it was kind of, you know, we realized that a lot of the families were sending their kids to private schools, and it almost seemed like that's something that one needed to do. But then one day at our park, I met a family, and they said they sent their kids to Henry Ford, and that they felt it's a really good school, and they really got into volunteering there. So I was really happy about that. And I remember coming to the house and being like, hey, Keith, there's, you know, really great news. Like, we can send our kids to Henry Ford. And I'm really active in volunteering at my daughter's preschool, which is in our neighborhood. And it's just a wonderful experience to be able to walk her there and volunteer there, and for her to like see her school friends at their homes for impromptu play dates. It's like a really good community experience. And so I was just planning to continue that at Henry Ford with, you know, Selby Lane closing. I expected, you know, we could just like walk to Henry Ford. It's less than a mile away. And actually her preschool teacher walks them to Maddox Park all the time. So, you know, it's very familiar. And so I was just really surprised to see on these scenarios that we would be supposed to go to Garfield. And so just to provide some background information that, you know, might be hard to see on a map, our neighborhood was created, you know, in the 80s without the Complete Streets initiative. And so we're really like blocked in here. And even though it might look closer on a map, it would actually take us, you know, over 20 minutes, you know, in rush hour traffic to get to school. And it would be, you know, I'd be commuting with my kindergartners. So it would be a completely different experience. And, you know, I'm just afraid that it wouldn't be viable for us. And, you know, I know you guys have a lot to deal with here. And, you know, I come from a family of teachers, and my mom served on the school board when I was a kid. So I know it's a lot of hard work and a lot of tough decisions. But, you know, it seems like in all of this, a big issue is the declining enrollment. And, you know, we're a family here that really wants to enroll. And, you know, we really want to go to Henry Ford and be like active volunteer parents there. And so, you know, I hope that you guys can help us find a way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Our next speaker is Keith Simmons.
Yep, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Keith, are you there?
Yep.
Did you unmute?
I am here. Oops. Can everyone hear me?
It's hard.
I can hear you, but it's very distant.
Right now.
You're on mute right now. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, so I don't actually think I'm going to need 3 minutes. I can keep this short and sweet. I want to thank Zach and the Board of Trustees for all the time that they're putting into this. I know this is a really difficult decision. I'm sure there's no right answers where everyone's going to be happy. But sort of to echo the last speaker, public education's institution that I really believe in. But I think for it to work out, it's really important that it's a neighborhood school that you're going to. I'm also part of Kentfield Commons. I've been zoned into Garfield in both of these options, despite the fact that Henry Ford is a much closer school. And I feel like in order to make it work out, it's really important to me that we can, for example, bike and walk to school. To go to Garfield, we'd have to go over El Camino, which is a really difficult thing to do. So again, I just want to sort of support the idea that Kentfield Commons would be much better with a much closer school in Henry Ford. Thanks again for the time.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Catherine Stewart. So Kyle, I think it's under C. Stewart.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Catherine.
Hello?
There you go. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So, I had a quick question. What was the current number for the current attendance for the Orion John Gill Mandarin Immersion 555 Orion? What's the current enrollment? I heard a couple of different numbers, and I just wondered if I had the right numbers. I think Dennis knew what it was.
I don't have that in front of me. I don't know if somebody does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that number currently is 473.
473. And is that what's projected for the fall, or is that what we have right this minute?
No, that's based on the seabeds, and it was in the second interim report from Priscilla.
Okay, okay, thank you. And so, and then my other question was about the new normal capacity, and also this is for the projections for 2026 as part of why we're making the changes now to be ready for 2026. And so it seems like if somebody is 5 years old in 2026, then there will be, I'm just guessing, people are staying home. I think there are a lot of people who are sort of expecting that there will be more 5-year-olds very soon because people are staying home. So given that, does it make sense to make as many changes? Are these changes we're making for based on what we need right now, or are these changes we're looking at assuming that 2026 will continue to decline? Because I wonder, is it really going to decline that much in 2026? So did anybody look at rates of live birth expected in 2020? I mean, expected in the next 9 months? I think it's, people joke about it, but I think it's pretty real. That was it, just those questions.
Thanks, Catherine. I think I don't want to speak for Zach, but I think there's really no way for us to project that right now.
I can give a real answer and a slightly, I'm going to say our official policy is no comment on the implication behind that. But I mean, when people stay home. Yes, the actual answer is we do look at live births and how they track to TK and K. Obviously, nobody has demography. We're not at the demographics point yet of that open question. And so no, this does not include any changes in demographic curves at this point is the actual answer that I can give you right now.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Our next speaker is Vanessa Della Pasqua, and I'm not seeing that name on the list. Kyle, are you finding Vanessa
No.
Della Pasqua?
No, it could be one of the phone numbers towards the top, but I just wouldn't know who to unmute.
Let me see.
Because we have about 10 phone numbers, call-ins.
So Vanessa, if you're one of the, I don't know if you're able to raise a hand on the phone. Okay, so we'll move on while we figure that one out. Next we have Michelle Smith. So Michelle, I know you have 2 cards in, so we'll do this one as the school boundary and we can talk about the COVID later.
Okay, so far. Here we go. Okay.
All right, Michelle, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much for sort of allowing me to join this discussion. I wanted to just sort of reiterate and just support what you guys have already discussed, especially considering sort of the changes that had been proposed during the merging and closures of last year, that I felt that a lot of the closures were not equitable, and so I wanted to, sort of just chime in and to make sure that when you're making these changes that they are equitable. Like I see like Garfield being, I know in the first scenario, it's like 98% capacity. And I think that that school is already low resourced in terms of like parent involvement and other factors, and to sort of pack kids, to each edge of the campus is going to just impact that school in a negative way. And so I just wanted to make sure that like I personally liked the second option where you're adding more to Clifford, who was proposed to close but then end up closing during the redistricting, to sort of utilize the spaces that we already have. Same with Roy Cloud. I know that those are 2 schools that also have high like school of choice, but I think that being able to redistrict them so that the sort of the load of the closures isn't all being borne by or being shouldered by the same East Side schools. And so that was all I wanted to say about that. I just wanted to make sure that we're taking into consideration the schools that are being impacted with new flow of students.
Thank you, Michelle. Next we have Lisa, and I'm going to butcher your last name, so correct me, please. It's Gianangeli? Kyle, are you finding Lisa? Yep. There we go. Lisa, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Lisa Gianangeli. First of all, just want to thank Zach and also the board members for raising important questions like grandfathering, what do we do about that, and the actual capacity numbers, and does it account for childcare centers like NKC at a couple of the schools, and special ed rooms and other purpose rooms. So thank you for raising that. My husband and I had different interpretations on one of the bullets, so I just wanted clarification on the Clifford K-8 in either scenario 1 or 2. That second bullet, if you are in the former John Gill neighborhood that is now being attached to Clifford in either of those scenarios, and you wanted to stay at Clifford all the way through 8th grade, I am under the assumption that you would be able to do that, or will you be asked to go to Kennedy School? And the only reason I ask is that my husband and I are very interested in a K-8 education and would like to kind of stay at Clifford if possible. So that was my point of clarification, because we interpreted that second bullet slightly differently.
So I can answer your mathematic question and then leave the policy question open to the trustees. Your interpretation is correct from a mathematical modeling standpoint. You would be allowed to continue attending for K-8, and that's what we have modeled. Again, there are students in that John Gill area. There are students who attend Kennedy, which is their neighborhood school. There are also students who are already attending Clifford K-8 as a school of choice. Those students would continue to attend Clifford K-8 as a school of neighborhood assignment and would be entitled to do so. Again, there may be behavioral differences once the neighborhood boundary changes, but mathematically, your interpretation is correct. Those students would be allowed to continue from K-8 and not, in essence, be assigned as a neighborhood school into Kennedy once they hit 6th.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Next we have, it's Jacqueline Rodriguez again, and I think it's Jackie with the hand raised.
Okay. She has the same issue where she's unable to speak. I can promote her to a panelist to allow her to speak.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. And I think this might be the one that needed translation.
Hola.
Hola, Jackie.
Hola, mi nombre es Jacqueline Rodríguez. Mi hija actualmente está inscrita en Hoover en el 5º año y yo soy una madre líder con Innovate Public Schools. Y hoy quiero compartir con ustedes cómo ha sido mi experiencia como madre y líder de la comunidad durante esta crisis del COVID-19. Primero que todo, quiero agradecer el trabajo que el distrito ha hecho y la oportunidad de tener este comentario público. Es muy bueno, ya que he escuchado el testimonio de otros padres en otros distritos donde esto está pasando. Como mamá en casa, he podido apoyar a mi hija, pero siento que no lo hago lo suficientemente bien para que ella pueda entender todas sus asignaturas por completo. No sé cómo usar la plataforma educativa Clever y pues esto ha sido todo un reto para mí, pues tengo 1000 recursos educativos disponibles, pero muchos de ellos están en inglés y no los puedo utilizar. La comunicación con la maestra de mi hija, la maestra Rojas, ha mejorado mucho a partir de que le solicité su ayuda. Nos ha ayudado a planear actividades y yo trato de apoyar a mi hija en todo lo que pueda, aunque el rezago educativo que va teniendo pues es evidente. Mi hija es una aprendiz del inglés y las clases de apoyo para el inglés pues no las ha tenido. Hemos buscado establecer canales de comunicación para tener información acerca de la educación de nuestros hijos. Afortunadamente, la superintendente del condado, Nancy McGee, y los miembros de la junta, Ted Lempert y Joy Ross, nos han escuchado y conocen de nuestras preocupaciones como padres. Ahora nos hemos sentido más apoyados. Porque este tipo de reuniones nos permite impulsar el trabajo colaborativo entre maestros, padres de familia y alumnos para poder superar juntos esta crisis. Pero nuestra intención, a través de esta comunicación que vayamos estableciendo, es tener acciones que de manera integral permitan que nuestros hijos aprendan a ser buenos estudiantes y buenas personas. Por ello, hemos estado enviando correos electrónicos a todos ustedes y agradecemos a la señora Alicia McBoy por responder a nuestro mail y estar pendiente de tener una reunión con nuestro grupo de padres líderes que nos estamos preocupando por la comunidad. Por tanto, pues le insisto a todos los miembros de la Junta y al superintendente Baker que respondan a nuestros correos y que estén abiertos a una mejor relación y que trabajemos juntos por el beneficio de la educación de nuestros hijos. Eso es lo que les solicito y agradezco mucho su atención y su espacio.
So I think Itzel's going to translate for us. The speaker card did say 13.1, but I think this is a comment about the COVID. So, but we'll go ahead and take it.
Definitely, there is no way I could interpret the speech without passing the speaker. I am so sorry. The speaker actually had to go through the line or pause in between because it doesn't allow me pauses to actually interpret the whole thing.
I have some information if you want me to try to interpret what I heard. I just wrote some down because I wasn't sure if Isabel had heard. Okay, so I'm a Hoover parent, 5th grade parent, and I'm also a parent leader from Innovate. From my experiences, I want to thank the Redwood City School District, and I have had my child at Hoover, and what I have heard from other districts, I know that our district is doing well. I help at home, but I'm not always sure what to do. For example, I don't know how to use the Clever platform, and it's hard for me because most of the information is in English. The communication with the teacher has much improved during this time when I asked for help, so I appreciate that. My child is an English learner, but unfortunately she hasn't had her classes for ELD. I had an opportunity to speak with Superintendent Nancy McGee at the San Mateo County Office of Education, and she heard our concerns. We are here because we would like to help all of the students and support all of our students. We would like to have actions and services for all of our students so that all of our students become academically stronger. We thank you, administration, and especially Alyssa McAvoy, who has responded to our emails. And we would like to request a meeting just to talk about our concerns and how we can help. So we would request that you can please respond to us to work together. And we thank you for your time and this opportunity for us to speak to you.
Gracias, Linda.
So thanks. I think we have Jackie's email address in the comment card. I don't know who should be reaching out to her.
So what we can do is we can have Michelle Ramon reach out with her, reach out to her, and then we can determine how we can help support, especially the English learners. She was saying that her child was not receiving any English language instruction because the child's an English learner. That's why, like ELD. Yeah.
Okay. So we will get her information to Michelle.
Yeah, and then also just let me clarify, they reached out to me, and I don't know if they've had a chance to send the other board members emails yet. They reached out to me to ask for me to have a Zoom meeting with them to listen to them. And it is a mix of Redwood City parents and charter parents who are involved with Innovate. So just some clarification, because somebody just asked me through a text, what it was about or whatever. And so my understanding is the meeting that they're requesting of board members would be for, listening to them and learning. And then, of course, we can always bring that back to our superintendent and conversations that we're having. So, and I think if I'm understanding correctly, they've had meetings with Superintendent McGee and a couple of the county board members, Joe Ross and Ted Limpert. And so they'd like to also talk with us. So we've met, I know all the board members, we've met with them over the years in the past, and part of it is listening to what the parents have to say. So I'm happy to do that. And I could also have another board member join my Zoom meeting if they wanted to, because there can be two of us together on that. If anyone's interested, you can let me know later. And we don't have one set up. Oh, actually, we do have a date set up, but I can let you know about that. I don't know off the top of my head what date it was.
Okay. We're going to get back to the boundaries comment cards. We have Jenny Overby.
Jenny.
Kyle, are you finding her? I don't see her on the list anymore.
I don't see her on the list anymore either, Janet.
Okay. Then we'll move on to Elizabeth Flegel.
Okay.
Hi, Elizabeth, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for hearing my comments. I have two comments. I live in the Roosevelt district, and we're in a small there's this 2-block nook in the western part of Roosevelt. It's adjacent to Salsa Park and the Henry Ford district area. And we've been here for 10 years. I have 2 kids in the district. It's probably hard to see from the map, but we consider our neighborhood, when we walk around the neighborhood and we have block parties, we're in an area we call Sterling Heights, and that little 2-block area is really part of the Henry Ford area. So when you are considering redistricting that portion of Henry Ford, I would ask that you might consider that our little adjacent area be considered as part of that as well. For example, if it is rezoned into the Roy Clark district. Now, my children in particular go to Adelante, which is, used to be very close to our neighborhood, is of course moved. And my second comment, the redistricting itself doesn't affect me personally as a parent, but I did notice that we have, I believe, 720 kids in our TK through 8 at Adelante Selby. And the charts that were presented seem to show that the other K through 5s have much lower expected enrollments. And Dennis may have touched on this with one of his comments. It sounds like that perhaps the actual enrollment at the K8s, the other K5s are much greater. But I was curious to hear that those other K5s look like they're considerably lower in enrollment than the Adelante Selby at over 700 students. And I would be interested in seeing what the actual current enrollment is in those K5s, because absent that information, it seems like Adelante Selby is much larger. And I'd like to know why that is, and if the district is planning to maintain that discrepancy in size, or if it's just an artifact of the way the information was presented. So thank you.
So I can speak briefly to that. It's more the latter. To your point, there was a lot of inter-district transfer info. So I don't want to get too deep into methodology at this point in the conversation, and we can have this more robust conversations as this process develops further. A lot of what we presented today is based largely on what's called our geographic area projections, which is looking very specifically at the neighborhood schools. There are decisions about transfers between neighborhood schools. So it's school of choice decisions, not to schools like Adelante or Orion, but between neighborhood schools that would be a much more comprehensive full district enrollment projection. We don't do those as a first pass. It's a lot of work. It's a big lift for the district to have us do those full enrollment projections for every scenario. So what we want to do is make sure we have viable scenarios before we present that sort of packet, which says, on September 1, 2021, we expect that Clifford will have, 12 students from this school and 17 from this school and 31 from this school. That is a thing we can do, but it's another level of analysis that we want to pass the threshold of reasonability on the scenarios before we delve into doing that work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. Our next comment is Anne Heinechek.
Jan, hang on a second. So Jenny Overby is in. Should I move her in at this point?
Oh, is she back?
She's back.
Okay, yeah, let's take Jenny, and then we'll move to Anne.
Okay.
Hi, Jenny.
Thank you so much. I was raising my hand and waving it. I'm so glad you guys found me. So thank you so much. A lot of my questions have been answered, and I just want to start by saying thank you so much for all of the time and effort that you're putting into the redistricting. I know a lot of it goes into it, and I appreciate all of your hard work and really taking the time to hear from our community. And I have just a quick question that I would like to request for future as we are going forward to be taking into account with Clifford. I'm just confused about the numbers because we're at 600 right now, and we are continuing to receive more students as a school of choice. So I would love to respectfully request that we take into account the wonderful families that we have been welcoming in with our school of choice, with the new borders changing, and with our neighborhood schools, unfortunately, condensing across our district. And then secondly, I'd like to respectfully request that we do have a time to come back and take a look at our school capacity, knowing that we have 20% of our population of our families are resource. So we have 3 resource rooms. We have 3 special day classes at our school. We have 3 classrooms which are used for our child care before and after school. We have 2 rooms used for technology and science. We have 1 room being used for GATE as the district GATE school. So just that is 12 classrooms, which would take us down to about 710 rather than 949. So and that's just ballparking it if we only had 20 kids in each class. So I was just hoping that going forward, if we could take a look at the capacities, especially for our school, not just Clifford, but for all the schools, again, taking in all of the other special uses for all of our schools, so that we can have a much more accurate vision of where we're going to be going. And thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jenny. And I think that's something that Dennis was alluding to also, is knowing that, I think it was Dennis, that there's other classrooms being used for other purposes, and we need to get those real numbers. I know Dawn is constantly being asked to look at that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jenny.
Have a wonderful night.
You too. Okay, Anne, you're up.
And last name?
Heinachek. Anne, I hope I didn't butcher that.
Okay.
All right, Anne, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you guys for all the hard work. I know it's a big job that you have in front of you. I just wanted to kind of quickly piggyback on Michelle Smith's comments and also some of the concerns from Elisa McAvoy. So the two scenarios we saw considered like the least amount of change and also the capacity of each building. But I really wanted to make sure that we're also considering what makes a successful classroom and district. And I would argue that socioeconomic diversity in a school is a big piece of this. I'm really hopeful that these boundary changes can create more socioeconomic diversity in all our schools and in the district as a whole. I realize that it would be near impossible to create a completely balanced scenario, but I would encourage us to start moving in this direction rather than just standing still. I think this is an opportunity for our children to grow up in a less segregated environment, and I really hope that we can include this in the decision and information about, and include information about the demographics, the economic demographics in any future presentations. So I'd like for us to maybe be able to take a look at that piece as well, not just building capacity and the least amount of change for our community. I really appreciate all the hard work that's going into this. So thank you all.
Thanks, Anne. We have just, I think, 2 more cards. Devin Mullaney.
There we go. So this is another one I have to promote to panelists because the old version.
Okay. Who was there? Is he here? Devin?
There we go. All right. Now you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Hello, all. Thank you guys for taking the time. A few things. First, I want to say, Ms. Montes, thanks for the quick, easy translation on that. You were so thorough. That was great. Anne, I wanted to echo what you were saying as far as promoting the diversity within our schools. And my daughters go to Adelante Selby, and it's already kind of a foundational mantra almost for the organization. And it's fantastic. So any way that we can promote that and move that forward, that'd be great. Something that that was brought up earlier, and this is, I was looking for the boundaries, seeing the Pete's Harbor area and seeing how far they would have to go to get to Clifford is, it kind of makes me wonder, are they going to want to try and annex themselves to Redwood Shores? Because hopping on the freeway would be a lot easier than heading all the way over. And then as far as the only school that seems to be increasing in capacity and is actually in that 80% range, and it doesn't take into account school of choice or anything like that, is Hoover. And it's great for job security and stuff, but why is that being maintained at such a high threshold when some of the other schools are running around 50%? It kind of might go towards that balancing thing. Those are kind of my observations, comments that I wanted to share out. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, Devin. One question, I think in the Pete's Harbor, are there houses in that area? Does anybody know? Yeah, Elisa's nodding, okay. I'll have to take a look at that.
Hi, yeah, there are some condos out there, condos and townhouses. So I don't know how many students are in there, but certainly over time there could be students. I know there's some high school students for sure, because I know one of the families who lives out there. But yeah, so I was actually thinking, you know, it's funny. I was looking at the map as well and just trying to imagine where else they could go, because I think Taft or Hoover is a possibility, but of course then you know, you deal with freeway and roads and all that. So anyway, I think it's a good point. We should think about what's the ease of getting to school if we have that option. And the Peace Harbor area, Zach, is the area that's what is that, east of 101, kind of in the southeastern zone of our school district.
Okay.
Just
I think
so you know, that's what we're talking about.
It's actually northeastern.
Oh, sorry, you're so right, Dennis. I was thinking north, but saying south. You are correct. Thank you.
And I think once we have the maps that we can drill down on, it'll be easier to take a look at that kind of stuff.
It is there. It is accounted for in the Clifford zone right now, because these screenshot maps, they don't always, because it's this little sort of annex. It's a little hard to see, but yeah, with the zoom in maps, you'll be able to see that.
Yeah. Okay. We have Bill Brown.
Okay.
All right. Bill, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Cool. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, just wanted to say thanks really quickly. I know this is a really difficult undertaking. There's a lot of different factors to take into account. So thanks for all the work on this. The question I have, it's kind of similar to Jenny's question. John and Dennis, we talked about this last year at some point, and it is really getting to the question of the specific capacity in each of the buildings. And so as I've listened to this, it's kind of difficult to kind of go through and hear a presentation where you're talking about solutions that mathematically work, and then come out of that discussion and transition from what seems like a fact-based discussion into all of a sudden getting into speculation about what the capacity is, kind of not knowing what those numbers are. When I track back to the numbers that I tracked from 2018 for capacity, the capacity I have for the schools is actually higher in every single case, is what I was expecting. So that may be a little long-winded, but my point is going to be, without a very good inventory of every one of these schools that includes every single classroom with the square footage, with its current utilization, I don't understand how you possibly could do this districting exercise. And so I would be happy to help put such an inventory together. But I think my question is, what steps are you guys going to take to get to that point? Because the consultants you're hiring, they actually can't do the job without that input. So sorry, I don't want to seem negative, but this is a really hard job you're doing. It seems like there's a big gap in the information that you need to actually do it.
Okay, thanks, Bill. I see that Vanessa Del Pasqua is back and has her hand raised.
Okay.
And then we have one more after that, Thomas, who I don't see on the list. So Thomas, if you're here, if you could, I don't know, change your name so we can identify you to unmute you. Vanessa, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for all your work on this redistricting map. I am echoing the feelings for many of the other Canfield Common residents. I understand this is just a process, and we're starting this process all together. In this, I just wanted to provide our input, because sometimes when you look at map, it's harder to realize what it's happening at a much more localized level. So within our community, which is the Atherwood neighborhood that goes from Atherwood Avenue to Horgan Avenue. It includes Campfield and all the roads behind it. We only have access to Woodside Road. We don't have an access to Selby. While this made sense when we were districted for Selby Lane because it would create a very safe walking path to Selby Lane, it makes us wonder whether the reaching Garfield all the way across both Woodside and El Camino and Fifth Avenue might be the best options for our neighborhood and our community. Within our community, I live in Campfield Common, but I'm hoping to speak for the entire Atherwood neighborhood. We build relationship with other parents based on where our kids go to school, like all of us. So it's we completely appreciate your work. We just want to make sure that this little piece of Redwood City that is kind of tucked away and with only access to Woodside Road is heard when we redistrict, because it makes the difference between being able to reach a school by walking and creating a sense of community, as opposed to having to drive the children to school and back every day. So that was just all I wanted to say. Thank you for your work on this. If there's ever any need to go deeper into into the reality of this specific area, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. And again, thank you for your work and thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, Vanessa. I was looking for Thomas. I saw a hand raised that was SB, and based on the email, I think that might be Thomas, but now I'm not seeing. Kyle, let me know if you see. No. Seems to be gone now.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay. So that, oh, just put in another comment card. Thomas, if you're in the meeting, can you raise your hand or flicker the light so I can see you? Not seeing him anywhere.
Okay.
Oh, somebody put their hand up. Thomas.
Thomas, okay. There you go.
Hi, Thomas. You're muted right now. There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that. It's under my wife's information. But so I'm a Roosevelt parent, and I just want to thank the leadership at Roosevelt. They've been awesome during everything that we've gone through. We've been there for a number of years, and everything is going well. We're very happy. I will say that Roosevelt, to my understanding, has been impacted greatly by the change in the schools. And it seems like a lot of pressure has been put on Roosevelt to take in a lot of students that a lot of other schools could have been available to take in. And specifically, I really don't understand the reason for busing to Roosevelt when there's Roy Cloud, Clifford, various other schools that don't have the capacity issues, and there's no busing to them. You know, I will say that I had a little bit of a chuckle to the Clifford capacity situation when they're saying, oh, we have 3 classes for extracurricular, 3 classes for extra this, that, and the other. And it's like, hey, yeah, those are classrooms available. You know, Roosevelt is in the same situation. We don't have 3 classrooms for extracurricular, this, that, and the other. You know, so that part is a little bit, it kind of chaps my hide, I guess. And I guess the last situation would be, you know, I feel like when all these schools had the big changes, it really kind of got to me that it felt like the poorer areas of Roosevelt or of Redwood City got the shaft. I felt like all the richer areas, you know, they threatened the school district and they got their way. And all the poorer areas kind of got shafted and they had to take buses and got moved out and everything. And those were the schools with the higher percentage, you know, utilization. And so, you know, if you want to kind of be a jerk about it, we're on basic aid now, and we really don't need to worry about people leaving schools and all those kinds of things. We can do the right thing for the students as a whole, not worrying about people leaving for private schools. And that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. So that's the end of our comment cards. I don't know if the board has any other comments or questions.
Yeah, so first of all, I just wanted to say thank you very much to those who spoke tonight. It's good to get the public feedback, and particularly on the little nuances of neighborhoods and the ease for some neighborhoods to get to certain schools over others in a safe way. I think that's really important for us to take into consideration. So thank you for some of those comments. I did want to say that with capacity, wondering if we could give John some direction on that. I do have concerns that if we put out the capacity numbers that we have currently in the PowerPoint and we start to ask for feedback on that, that we may, the feedback may be reflective of some capacity numbers that are not really accurate in terms of what we want to use. So one suggestion I would make, and I don't know if the rest of the board agrees with this can be a conversation we could have, is, you know, we could sort of know the max capacity, I suppose, if you want to put every classroom up to whatever number you were using, 28 or 30 kids to a class, that would be that max capacity. But then there's the realistic capacity that allows for the things, and I actually want to clarify one of the things that Thomas said is that some of those classrooms are used particularly for special ed or for resources that are for special ed students. So those are a legal requirement and also the best thing for the students. And those classrooms went much smaller. So they're not sort of extra things that are for, you know, that every school might have. But anyway, you know, you could look at that and say, okay, what do we need at each school site to make sure that those classrooms are accounted for? I do think we have a recognition that typically we do have a staff room at each school site. You know, take those out of the equation. So then we'd have, here's the capacity we believe that we have the school at to run, as I think Anne said or somebody said in the comments, sort of a successful school, a good school, because, you know, we've been talking about planning for the future and not packing kids in to schools at the max capacity, but in fact, kind of, you know, having kids at schools in a way that can set up for a successful school site. And I do think it, you know, it adds complications because what we're looking at here are just neighborhood boundaries, because we do need to create these new neighborhood boundaries to account for the changes. But what it doesn't really look at is our schools of choice. And we know that we have students at those schools as well. So we could think about that, you know, how we at least acknowledge that in the information that goes out to the public as they're commenting, because we're not necessarily having them commenting on the schools of choice, but I think there needs to be acknowledgement somewhere that we do have these schools of choice. Here's these other schools. And then I also think that we may need to think a little bit more about the schools of choice numbers, because when we look at those, I think, and as you brought that up in terms of what Clifford's at now, if you add in the schools of choice and what we're estimating it at, and I just don't know if those estimations are accurate. Maybe they are to the best of our knowledge, but it might be good just to look at those a little closer from what we know of schools. Does that, anyway, I don't know what other board members are thinking about with those couple of items. I'm just thinking in terms of helping with getting additional public comment from people.
Yeah, so I can you hear me? Okay, yeah, so I agree. I had thought I had asked the question that we were using the capacity that Don Diaz did. And the reason why I thought that was so important is he had actually gone to every site and he had said, okay, you don't have the capacity you thought because this room is used for X, Y, and Z, and those were actually items that we would all agree were necessary for that school's success. So I think we have to go back and make sure we're using that and do away with this confusion on the capacity. And then I don't know how to do it, and I said this earlier, but I think part of the issue is we're looking at the enrollment by area, and some of the numbers are so far off that it just, it's hard to bridge. So, you know, Roy Cloud's a good example. It says that the number's 500, and we know that number's 750. So I don't know how to bridge that, and maybe Zach or Jason have done this before, and they can help us figure out how to make sense out of that.
Yeah, I mean that's I think one of the biggest challenges in any district that has a substantial interdistrict and transfer piece is to make, sort of what we're doing right now is we're establishing boundaries that pass a first level of mathematical viability, right? And we understand that there are future steps to be taken, and enrollment projections are absolutely a thing that we can do, again, because they require going school by school and looking at the patterns over years and the out of this school and into this school. We don't tend to do those for each of the proposed scenarios when we're passing that first threshold of viability. So those geographic projections are looking at ensuring that those neighborhoods are big enough for the students who have that legal right to show up there, right? So the kids are in the boundary, they have the right to show up at that school. Do we have the room in this district for them? Open enrollment then becomes a question of policy, and we want to obviously model what's actually happening in the district, but we do need to look at those clearing that first hurdle of neighborhood by neighborhood geographical mathematical viability before we move on to that next piece. And so that is something that we can, going forward, and we can talk with Superintendent Baker and Jorge Quintana about this, about how we move on to what those next pieces look like. But we do want to make sure that we propose pieces that make map sense, that make mathematical sense, and then understand as we tweak them what the actual building by building enrollment truly is going to look like upon implementation.
So,
and then, sorry, go ahead, John.
So Dennis, in tune with what you just said, the capacity issue that we're going to have to look at that, and I know that each principal has the map of their school and how each classroom is used. And so that's the thing that we should use right now that would tell us at Clifford School, as Jenny was saying, there's this room and that room and so forth that's being used for another service. For students, we need to get that so we know what exactly the classroom availability is. Yes, we have capacity to go to this number, but right now it's being used for this. So that's one issue. The other issue, and Zach, if you could help us with this, I don't know how easy this is going to be you're going to be able to do this, is the piece where the neighborhood kids, exactly how many are there? And then on top of that, we have all the schools of choice that kids are going to. So that's a real, I think, important point that we need to really understand, because that really plays into these numbers here. And then the other piece is that I agree with with Elisa and some of the comments that were made previously in regard to how students get to school. We really would like them to walk. We would like them to bike, because of the traffic in Redwood City is just crazy, like it is, everywhere else. But if that can be taken into consideration also. So there's still some work to do. This was just the beginning, and it was great to receive comments from the community and also comments from you board members, but there's still quite a bit of work that we need to do before we can definitely make a decision towards the end of June, if that's even feasible at that time.
So I had one more question, and I brought it up earlier, so this is more a timing question. It seems like there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of where my house is and what school I'm going to go to. And then I think there's going to be parents that have uncertainty, or if my boundary changes, am I going to have to leave where I am? So when is the board going to provide direction on kind of the policy side of you're either grandfathered or you're not?
So
yes, so
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Dennis, I totally agree with you. I think we should give direction sooner than later, because that'll help people make comments. I mean, similar to what we've done, I think for years now, we've grandfathered in students and their siblings into school. Yep. So I'm ready to make that decision tonight. I don't know if we need to bring it forward as an action item at a future meeting or what, but that would just be consistent with all the policy we've done in the past, right?
Yes.
So that can be done very easily. All we need to do is look at the policy and make those changes. right away. So what I'll do is I'll call Jerry tomorrow and see what policy there is in regard to enrollment and in regard to boundary changes when we do this. I mean, there hasn't been a boundary change in how many years?
Long time.
30?
About.
Let me get started on that. And so we could probably bring that back to the board for first reading within 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think it's really important. I think, again, there's kind of two components. I'm an existing parent, and then what happens if I have a situation where I have a gap where, my child matriculates out of the district, and then I have, say, a 1, 2, 3 year gap. Does that child get grandfathered as well, or are they treated like they're new parents? I think that's important for the parents to understand.
Yeah, and also
by the way, I'm with Elisa. I would like everybody to be grandfathered, just so we're clear.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. The other question I had is, we have preschools on some of our sites, and thinking of the traffic, have we taken that into consideration with the lines and all that, or not?
Zach, was that a consideration, the preschools that we have at some of our school sites?
The geographic area projections are only for kindergarten through 12th grade across what we do. We can take a look at, are these preschools or transitional kindergarten?
No, these are preschools.
Those have not been a consideration in the boundaries as currently drawn, no.
And we have TKs also.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would suggest that we look at that when it comes to capacity and when it comes to traffic, because there are some schools that it's really, well, most schools now, it's really hard to get to drop off your child. So if that could be included, I would appreciate that.
So I'm definitely in agreement on the grandfathering. And then, as has already been mentioned, just making sure that our neighborhood schools are as walkable as possible. I think of the impact that the schools of choice has had on traffic in Redwood City. People are driving all over to go to the school that they choose, but that's impacting the community as a whole. And so I want to make sure that people can walk as much as possible or bike to their neighborhood schools. So I guess we'll have a policy that Elisa and I will then take a look at after you talk to Jerry.
Right, do that, and then I've taken notes also on, and I'll touch base with Ellie to make sure I've got the right, excuse me, the right information to meet with Jorge and also with Zach in regard to the comments that we heard from not only community but from board members, and see how we can address that in the next hearing. I guess the next one is a public hearing that we have, if I'm not mistaken, the next board meeting that we have on this subject.
That's correct. So what I have, it looks like June 10th is the first of 2 public hearings. June 17th will be the second of 2 public hearings. And June 24th is the adoption of the new attendance areas.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Comments?
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach.
So to the board, it's now 9:30. We usually take a break at 9. I don't know how everybody feels, if you need a break or if we want to power through. I know 13.2 is an item that a lot of our community members are interested in also. So what's everybody's feels?
So we still have a fair amount on the agenda. I mean, in terms of a couple of discussion items that are meaty. So I would recommend we take a quick 5-minute break, just so everybody has a 5-minute break, including those taking minutes and things.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay. So we'll take a 5-minute.
Is that all right? So 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, it looks like we have everybody back. Dennis, Elisa, Maria, Cecilia, John, everybody's here. Okay.
Perfect.
Let's go on with 13.2, discussion on COVID-19. And we do have a number of comment cards on this too, about 6 or 7 of them.
So do you want me to start with the presentation, or do you want to take the cards first? I have quite a bit to say, and then I may have some of our cabinet members may also join me in saying a few things.
It looks like it's mostly teachers that are putting in comment cards on this. So what do we think? Do we want to take the cards first?
I think we should, yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's start with that then. I didn't check to see everybody's still here. First comment card would be Pam Barish. Scroll too far. Pam's there. Kyle, are you back with us? Kyle might not be back yet. And he's the only one that can bring her up. So
you can start then.
I guess so, but I won't be able to tell when Kyle's back because his picture doesn't change. I guess go ahead, Dr. Baker, and we'll figure this out.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you. First of all, before I even begin, I want to start by thanking all the teachers and the staff for everything they are doing at this point in time. Under these circumstances, they're just doing some amazing things. And in reading the parent survey, which I want to go over with you this evening, because we sent out a parent survey over a week ago, and I was very pleased to see that when the survey closed, we had a total of 1,718 parents that responded to the survey. Out of those responses, 1,260 were English responses, and then we had 458 of our parents that responded in Spanish. So I feel that's a good number of parents who gave us some information for what we're looking for moving in the future of the next school year. So I want to go over some basic pieces that are the information is going to be used in opening up school in the fall. So parents gave us information about themselves, their phone numbers, their email addresses, and also about their children, and also about their teachers. And as I said previously, they really touted the teachers on how soon they were able to turn around and to do some distance learning with their children at home. They want the in-school time with their teacher. That's everyone in favor of that, and that's most important to occur when that will, and they all want to know when will that happen. So as I go through some important questions that were asked that will help us in planning the school year for this fall, I want to make sure that you are aware of parents' concerns and parents' questions. So one of the first questions after we gathered some preliminary information from parents, and I'm going to start out with the English survey, was based on the information you have now, how comfortable do you think you will be sending your child back to school if the health orders allow it? And we had, for this question, 1,260 responses. So there are 585 parents who are extremely or relatively comfortable sending their children back to school. There are 483 parents who are quite hesitant and concerned and extremely uncomfortable regarding sending their children back to school. We have 106 parents who responded that they will not send their children back to school until a vaccine is available. And then of these 1,260 responses, 86 parents didn't know how they felt. So that's great information for us to have as we move forward in planning. The next question of interest that I really wanted to look at was their interest in the blended learning model and that school model. So there were 894 parents who responded that they would like a blended learning online and also a in-school model to take place in the fall. There were 69 parents that responded that they would like an at-home online model, but there's a but here, but they could also be persuaded to come to back to school if the circumstances prevailed in a favor in which they felt comfortable. But we had 250 parents responded they only want online learning. And this was out of 1,213 responses. Now, you know, when we come back, as the orders read right now, we are able to come back on August 19th. Right now, they're considering a cohort bubble of, it's 12 students right now, but the order hopefully will be lifted sometime in June or during the summer. They'll increase that cohort bubble of students coming to school and being in class. What is thought now by the county health department is that cohort bubble will, let's say it will include 15 students and 1 teacher. And that cohort stays together every time they are coming to school. So you only have half your class. So that's where this information becomes very apparent and information needed for us to determine what type of plan we are going to develop for the fall. Whether it will be a blended model where it's partially at distance learning at home, partially at school. Is it a model where it is total distance learning at home? That's what we need to tackle. In doing so, the number of parents that participated in the survey will help us do this. Now, when I get to the Spanish survey, it's a little bit different. The Spanish survey, there were, as I said previously, there were a total of 458 responses in Spanish. And their questions were a bit different about their feelings of going back to school. Their feelings of going back to school run in this manner. 147 parents are very worried about returning to school because of the virus and that it may come back stronger. There are another 147 parents that are somewhat worried of returning to school, but depending on protocols and circumstances that maybe could alleviate that feeling, they may want to come back. And there are 62 parents that are Spanish speaking that are not sending their children back to school at all. They will totally do the distance learning. 28 parents don't know how they feel about sending their children back to school. 34 parents will not send their children back to school at all. It goes again added to the 62. And then we have 40 parents that don't have any worries about sending their children back to school. Of these parents, we have 101 that want distance learning, and 357 of the parents want a combination of distance learning and at school. So when I read the comments, I put the comments into 2 buckets. And parents were able to comment on 3 areas of concern. No, I'm sorry, 3 questions they wanted to ask, and then 1 area of concern. And so the 2 buckets I put these into were protocol guidance and instruction from both the English participants and the Spanish participants. The protocol guidance was the cleaning of classrooms. They want to know exactly what the cleaning of classrooms is going to look like after children leave the classroom. They read a lot about social distancing, and as the county health order reads right now, you have to have that 6 feet of social distancing between students. They want to know how that would be implemented and how would we control it. The other item under the protocol guidance is there's a real concern about daily screening of students and staff. What would that look like? Would somebody be taking a temperature of students and staff before they come to school? Or is it going to happen right when they arrive to school? Is someone going to be taking these temperatures and making sure that students and staff are not somewhat ill? They want more information on the protocol guidance on mask wearing. Does that mask wearing occur all day long? Does it only occur when they're in the class, when they're outside? Does it mean that the child, when they're going to the restroom, so forth, do they wear the mask? They want to understand the whole details about mask wearing and how we are going to enforce it. Ventilation in the classroom is another big question and concern. Are the filters in the classrooms going to be changed on a regular basis? Questions that were also asked, are windows and doors going to be able to be left open more often so there's ventilation in the classroom? And another protocol guidance, they want to know what happens if the teacher or a student is tested positive for the virus. What will we be doing, and how will we communicate this to the parents? So that was the 1 bucket on protocol guidance. The other bucket was on instruction. There was a lot on instruction. The biggest piece was I believe parents, they're definitely watching the news, seeing what other countries are doing as they bring students back to school. So if students are going to be coming to school, say it's a hybrid model where you have some coming a couple days a week, and then there's distance learning at home a couple days a week. They want to make sure that when we're scheduling, that we schedule the siblings, that they're all coming at the same schedule, they're all on the same schedule. They want to understand what the in-classroom instruction and distant learning will look like. They understand that our teachers did a phenomenal job of turning around and starting with the distance learning, but do feel that there needs to be more training for our teachers and our staff to make sure if we do have this hybrid model or more of distance learning, that there is training for them to train for the different lessons that they will be giving in the fall. And then also what happens when I want the option to stay home until there's a vaccine? How is my child going to receive instruction? What will that look like? The next item under instruction was about mental health services. There are a lot of comments, concerns regarding mental health services. Parents have indicated that the distance learning has created anxiety for their children, It's created a loss of their peer groups. They miss their friends. There's not that interaction. So what are we going to do to assist in that fashion? And how are we going to meet the needs of those children who fell behind during this time while we were doing the distance learning? And moving forward, if we continue to do distance learning with the hybrid model. And parents are really concerned with many questions about meeting the needs of special ed students. And what will that look like? And then the other concern under instruction is parents' work schedule and childcare. If you have a child or children that are coming to school, let's say they come to school Monday, Tuesday, and they're home Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is distance learning, if that's the scenario that we have, then what about childcare? What happens if it's a parent that I'm working and I'm not able to work at home anymore and I have to go back? So how can we assist with that? So there is a lot for us to think about as we continue to plan for this coming back to school. So this brings me to a next topic that I would like to discuss. In planning for the opening of school in the fall, to be better prepared for whatever school will look like, I'd like us to end instruction on Friday, May 29th. And the reason why I would like to do that, and that's not to say that it'd be instruction with classroom teachers. There would still be, Chromebooks would be at home. I know Dr. Montes, along with Wendy Kelly and the staff development team, are providing a guide on different apps that can be used on the Chromebook during that first week of June. There'll also be some packets that are made for the TK1 students, and I'll allow both of them to elaborate a little bit later. But I really feel that the additional professional development will be required to effectively blend curriculum so the relationship of on-campus instruction and at-home distance learning complement each other effectively. Another reason is that teachers and staff will have training on distance learning using new and existing platforms that will enable our teachers and staff to have a 5-day sequential instructional have 5 days of sequential instructional lessons in language arts and mathematics. And then this will also give our teachers the needed time to prepare for these created distance learning lessons. This is a lot for us to think about, but we are in the planning process right now of working with cabinet members, working with principals. We're going to start working with teachers to assist us in providing what this model will look like in August. Now, I'm sad to tell you that I do not have any new news from the County Office of Ed or the County Health Department on what that cohort number should look like. They do not believe we're all coming back to school full force. We're going to come back in stages. The first stage is definitely a combination of at school and distance learning. So with that being said, that's where we are right now in the planning stage. I've sent you each a template of reopening, what it looks like to reopen schools and how we're planning, specifics that we're thinking about. But what I need to do is to take into consideration what parents have indicated on the survey so that we can move forward. It is my hope that we could have a meeting on January 3rd, June 3rd. Well, June 3rd, which it's not a scheduled meeting, but it would just be devoted to really look at this working draft and what it looks like. Because many questions still have to be answered. As I pointed out when I was reading the comments and the concerns from parents, that the one of the biggest pieces for us to really look at is definitely having this hybrid model, and parents working and not being able to work from home, or we have parents that just are unable to work from home. How are we going to make sure that we can help them with some of our partners, maybe from the city, if there's childcare that they can help us with, making sure that all these protocols are in place and that parents feel comfortable sending us their children to school. All of that needs to be brought to the forefront in the plan that we're preparing for board members and also for the community, so that we can get feedback from them. And this would be on that June 3rd meeting. So I know that was a lot for COVID-19, but I'd like to ask Dr. Montes and Wendy Kelly if they want to give any of feedback that they've been hearing, because like I said, we've started the steering committee, we've started subgroups, and we're moving forward. But we have a lot of work to do in front of us.
John, can I make a comment before
Sure.
we move forward? First of all, thank you very much. I know how hard you're working to prepare for next year, and I really appreciate it. I did want to just bring up regarding childcare, because clearly that's going to need to be a part of the puzzle for some of the families to make this work. There is definitely interest from some of the city council members in the city and some of our other after-school partners and others, I think, to work with us on this. So I think that would be great to, either have that, I don't know if it makes sense as part of the June 3rd meeting, maybe not, but maybe a committee working with some of them. And as you know, today we had the Redwood City 2020 meeting, and it also came up there that I do think that that's not something that the school district can figure out on our own, and maybe it's something that we could have one of our partners even take the lead on, because I think we're so busy with the other distant learning that it's sort of one more thing that would be hard for us to tackle as the lead. So anyway, I just want to say I'm happy to work with you on that. But I do think that's a big piece of the puzzle to help parents get back to work and kids to be taken care of safely. So I'm glad that you brought that up. But again, I don't know that should be the full responsibility of the school district, since we have so much other to do, right?
I totally agree with you. But if we can bring in some outside partners to help with that, at least there'd be some guidance where parents can go for this. I understand that, as it is right now for childcare, it's one adult to, I believe, 12 students. And, we have some childcare facilities at our own schools, and they're starting to open up, but they have to follow those guidelines right now that indicate you have the teacher and you have the 12 students, and you have to have that social distancing of 6 feet. So there has not been any give or take on that right now. That's not to say it won't. I'm not sure. I do not believe the social distancing of 6 feet is going to be something that the county health is going to do away with. But I do believe they will increase the cohort number of students that will be in that cohort bubble when the teacher is working with them at school.
Before we go on, do we want to take the public comments, or do you want to go to Wendy and Linda?
Well, if Wendy, if Dr. Montes and Wendy could assist me with the planning that they have been working on with staff development in regard to if we end on the 29th, to allow us to have that first week in June to really have the professional development with our teachers and our staff. And by staff, I mean our instructional assistants also. We want our instructional assistants to receive some training.
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. So we've been working, the staff development folks and planning for that first week. And we believe at this point, and given the feedback that we've received from the teachers on their surveys as well, they would like some additional professional development in some of the platforms that they've been using for sure. And in addition, and thinking about when students return, we do need to have an assessment that clearly targets areas of need for students when they come back, and find areas of strength, obviously. And so one of the elements is providing professional development in whatever that tool is. And so that's yet to be determined. And we have a committee that's working on that. And then the idea would be in the morning, participate in professional development. And then in the afternoon, ideally have the teachers kind of implement or practice some of those tools that they're learning in the morning. And that would be part of their afternoon experience, as well as have some planning time and thinking about what that could look like in August. So that's part of the work that we're doing. And there's actually a number of options. And so what we would like to do is offer a menu to teachers, kind of like a conference style, where they can choose from a list of options. And I'm actually meeting tomorrow morning, just again with Kyle and our technology resource teachers to develop that and in collaboration with the staff development folks. And so that's the plan. And in addition, we would like one of those days, ideally, to be a day where the principal gets an opportunity to meet with their staff. And once they hear the options, come to some kind of understanding of what that could potentially look like returning in August. Because we would like that each site to have kind of ideally, what would be great, because there's so much for a teacher to do if we're doing both live session and at home, right, where half the students are working with the teacher and the other half are at home. To have one teacher plan for all these content areas is really difficult in TK through 5th grade environment. And so ideally, we would have some conversation about maybe being content specific. And I know, it's definitely different if you're used to your class and doing all the subject areas. So we understand that. But to make it a little easier for teachers to really target the students' needs, it would be wonderful if it's a grade level team, if one teacher took on the math, let's say math science, and another teacher took on language arts, social studies, or however that works out. So those are just conversations. We actually don't know yet. I mean, obviously it's going to have to be up to school site, but we would highly recommend some of those conversations. Given that right now we've had the mindset that because this was an emergency situation, that we wouldn't necessarily be teaching new content, and nor would we be delivering lessons 5 days a week. Obviously, when we come back in August, the expectation is going to be, yes, 5 consecutive lessons for math, 5 consecutive lessons for English language arts. They must be exposed to new content because we have a new group of students coming to us. And so that creates this other level of challenge, obviously. And one teacher can't possibly teach all, prepare and plan and have everything done in that regard. So it is going to look a little different, obviously, in August. And so we want to prepare the teachers as much as possible now, and then allow time for planning and working what that's going to look like at a site. So those are just some preliminary plans. Obviously, we're working with Liz Wolf, and she's leading that committee. And so we will continue to develop what that looks like, at least for the first week of June.
And I did want to add a few things to that. The idea about ending instruction on May 29th really will allow this robust training schedule, will buy us a lot of good time for teachers to reflect upon the spring and then add on for the new concepts Linda was mentioning and so forth. And really what we're doing is creating a great summer learning opportunity pathway for students as well. So even though students might be experiencing the end of the spring trimester with their teachers on May 29th, there's still more learning to be had as options for families and so forth. So that'll be great. That's being put together. For 6-8, we're looking at using Dreambox and then we're entertaining this platform called Thrively, which includes language arts, science and social studies, enrichment and project-based activities that don't have to be teacher-led, but they're really independent work as an option. It also draws upon the strengths of students and looks at their interest inventories and so forth. So that's something we're interested in. And so John mentioned to you about the parent survey. We also conducted an all-employee survey. So one for teachers, one for classified, and one for management. And there were similar concerns to what the parents said. We're looking at approximately 20% of each group concerned about coming back in one way or another. And the comments really stemmed between wanting to make sure that they can properly manage the social distancing, all the safety pieces, concerned about the number of students in their rooms, teachers specifically, and how to manage their own childcare as staff members, because they're in the same predicament as our families. And so it was really great. I was so pleased to get so much feedback from the teachers. The teachers specifically, we asked them about their experiences this spring trimester and what they gained, what professional strengths they gained. And there were quite a few mentioned: time management, planning, learning the apps. There was great trainings offered by the staff development team, and also opportunities for them to dive into their own professional growth. And just, overcoming those struggles of working at home sometimes. Some of the areas of concern that they've had is outreach to their students, feeling disconnected, not being able to have that engagement with students not showing up and not really knowing what to do about it and how to handle that, or feeling frustrated. And granted, this is the time period that we weren't focusing on new content per se. And so adding that another element next year is just something we're going to have to manage. So, and then with the classified survey and management, the primary concerns were really about the social distancing and the safety, and the concern about being around more people than you have in your own house right now. And that fear and that concern really came out. The classified staff, especially the instructional assistants, were really excited about learning about platforms and ways to outreach to students to help assist teachers. That came out came out loud and clear on the survey as well. And then I mentioned to you childcare. That was a major piece. Quite a few people, more than I expected, wanted to know more about leaves, available leave options, which is making me a little nervous about a reduced workforce, to be honest. So I just want to put that out there. It's something of concern that I'm watching. And we're going to be reaching out to each of those individuals from HR personally, just to try and gather more information. Some of their concerns might be just the unknown. When we sent out the survey, we still don't have a firm plan in place. And so therefore, the blended learning model, we just don't know what that means yet. Is it 2 days a week? Is it 3 days a week? And so that might narrow down the employees' concerns once we start teasing that out, communicating it more. So that was something just from HR. Another major component that we need to train on in June, and we have to reserve time for, is trainings around COVID-19, the PPE protocols, that's major, and personal protective equipment. We'll still have to do that again in August, but we want to make sure people are warming up to this idea, what it means, what their responsibilities are in coming back to school. And so those are some of the pieces that we'll have to build into the June training as well. I did have a great positive experience with the music teachers this afternoon. The music teachers, Erin Washburn, Carol McNamara, and Julia Federico Youngs, amazing people. They are so excited about next year, actually. As you know, they've been teaching music lessons virtually, which is a whole new experience. And, while it's hard not to be with students, they were really anticipating the concerns about droplets being spread when trumpet players are practicing their instruments and other types of instruments like that. And so they came up with a really neat idea of how to manage online music lessons next year. They were very creative and out of the box thinkers. And they had a great new idea of offering like like digital music, music theory, lyrics and music, like some really fun elective type classes as an option for anyone that wants to participate, non-graded, but just a fun way, maybe in the afternoons, where they can get kids spanning many grade levels. So I thought that was a really neat, creative, positive approach to, tackling a frustrating situation. So I want to commend them for that. So that's looking promising. And then, and so so we're just trying to sort of think of how different programs will look and be managed next year. For 6th through 8th grade, in regards to scheduling and so forth, similar to some of the things that Linda said, there's pros and cons of being content specific. And credentialing is one thing we're going to have to be looking at, certainly. When people have a multiple subject credential, there's more flexibility. So depending on what the subcommittee for ed services comes up with a recommendation for scheduling, we'll need to look at that for middle school, because traditionally kids are regrouped and so forth during the day. So those are all considerations that we have. But the committee work is going to be great. I'm looking forward to getting classified and teachers' input on this as well, because that input's going to be really important as we look at the reality of day-to-day life.
And then just one more positive note. I got a letter from the County Office of Ed today. Our grant for $65,000 is going to be awarded to us for the devices for TK, K, and 1. Although we'll not pay for all of them, so I have to go to CZI and see if I can get the rest of the money from them so that all kids will have, each of the children in TK, K, and 1 will have their own device. It's a Chromebook that also turns into a tablet. So Kyle, thank you so much. We've got it. It should be coming to us, hopefully. I signed off on it maybe next week, and then you can start ordering those. And then I'll talk to CZI and see if they'll get the rest of them for us.
John, how many do you need, and how much does 65,000 buy?
Kyle, do you want to answer that question? Because he's the one that filled out that portion of the form for me.
So the $65,000 will pay for 200 iPads and cases.
And we need more than that.
We need more than that, absolutely. To be able to meet the need at TKK and 1, we need more than that.
And then we also have preschool to think about, because preschool is another one that needs something.
And so, yeah, we hadn't even put preschool into the mix, but yeah, we definitely know that they need devices as well. And I believe there's about 340 in the preschools across the district.
Right. So it's quite a few more that we're going to need, but I'm going to ask CZI and see if they will get them for us. I have a meeting with them next week. Okay, do you want to take comments, or are there more discussion on this?
I think let's go to comments, and then if the board has more they want to discuss, we can do that, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, so going to Pam Barish.
There she is.
Hi, Pam, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for bearing with all of us tonight, and thank you for listening to everybody's comments. I have some numbers as well. For those of you, first of all, for those of you who don't know me on the board, I am Pam Barish. I have been for 18 years at Henry Ford teaching kindergarten. I have been 23 years in Redwood City School District teaching kindergarten, and this is my 29th year of teaching kindergarten, and nothing but kindergarten in the state of California. For those of you who are counting, it is day 43 of distance learning. We count this every day in my kindergarten class. It was also day 170 of school. We count that every day in our kindergarten class. It has been 9 weeks of distance learning that we have been taking care of our students, as well as taking care of ourselves and our families. Going forward, Redwood City School District's priority is the safety and education of our students and our community. But I am here tonight to remind you to please remember the teachers who will be in the classrooms with our students, and working hard, even harder than we have the past 9 weeks, to provide distant learning in bubbles, as they're being called, as well as to those who probably, I'm flipping a page, excuse me, will not be in school, but are entitled to a free and public education at a distance. We are teachers with age, and I'm not going to share the number of my age. We are teachers with health issues of our own. We are teachers with elderly parents, whose ages I won't mention, of our own that we are worried about. We are also teachers of family members with health issues in our homes. We have children that go to our schools. We also have children at home that are not in school yet. We have children that we have to juggle their childcare because they may or may not be in school on the same days we are in school, and where their childcare may or may not be open when our children are in school. We are working. We have taken care of ourselves and our families for 9 weeks, and we will continue to do so through the summer months in order to assist, so it will begin to look like, to figure out what reopening will look like. Please remember that what is best for our teachers when you are looking at what is best for reopening Redwood City Public Schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Pam. So we have a number of Michelles coming up on the list, and the first one is Michelle Torito, and I don't see her on the call anymore. Michelle, are you here? Michelle Torito?
A whole bunch.
Kyle, do you see her?
I don't see her, Janet.
So let's go to, well, Kevin Sugar, and I'm not seeing his name either.
I'm not seeing his name either.
Okay. Let's see, Mohammed Tabrizi. Did he bail also?
No, I'm not seeing that name either.
Okay, wait, somebody's got their hand up. Is that one of our people?
This Nushin has his hand up, or her hand up.
I don't know. Do we want to unmute Nushin?
I'll unmute. So.
Hi, sorry, that's my wife's name. This is Mohammed Tabrizi.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we had a few comments about distant learning, of course, and feedback. Our son is a second grader at Roy Cloud and will be attending North Star next year. And our experience with distant learning has been mixed, particularly given the technology platforms that we're using. You know, we found that when we were using Zoom and Seesaw more, it was more effective. However, when we have switched more over to the Google platform, has not been as effective. And I would like to urge the district in your assessment of the technology platforms going forward for next year, particularly given that we will be at least in a mixed classroom and distant learning setting, that we take into account the quality of the technology that is used and what also neighboring districts are using vis-a-vis Seesaw and Zoom. Obviously, we're using Zoom here for this meeting and for other meetings that the district has, but the Google Hangout that has been mandated for security reasons to be used for the classrooms has not been optimal. And it's been fairly frustrating for the students and I think for the teachers as well. So we would like to urge the board to really look into the technology platforms that are available and have as effective of a platform as possible, because I think it's important to weigh the benefits versus the risks of security, et cetera. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. Next is Michelle Butler.
Okay.
Hi,
Am I on now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I have what I wanted to say, and then I have what I now am thinking of, and my brain is like exploding. But let me go first to what I wanted to say. I had this meeting with a parent today, and she's like, my son gets so frustrated. He's in first because our iPad is old. I guess we should save up to buy a new computer. And I really encouraged her not to do that. And I said, you know, first of all, he'll be in second in the fall, but I said, don't do it for 2 weeks. I'll send you some books. You know, it's going to be okay. But I think it'd be great for the district to let parents know, like what John had just said, that so that parents don't save up the summer to spend money on technology that maybe they need for food or for something else. And then talking about information, I find the best information to pass on to my Spanish-speaking parents from Facebook. We have someone wonderful that works with Linda Montes and does these like picture screens in Spanish. And so I put them on the Remind app, and I always get really good feedback from my parents saying, thank you, thank you. I think that we need a way for them to get this information for those that aren't on Facebook or don't know where to look on the district website. And then I just hope that we're mindful of the disparity in our district of what our families need. It can be so different. I want to make sure that our Spanish families are getting everything they need, as well as our English-speaking Spanish families, the families that have to go to work and might send their kids sick because of childcare, or don't know what to do with their children. And then also, I have found Google Meets to be effective, but they're effective, and the Meet platform, and teaching new curriculum, but just in reading. But I am lucky that I only have 8 to 10 kids at a time because I'm an RSP teacher, which I don't even know what that model could look like in the fall. But that's something to be mindful of, is that the effectiveness of this online teaching might really be different if you're only teaching 15. I hope the district takes in mind how much we are doing right now. My voice is cracking. It's like overwhelming amount, and the thought of going back and doing live and delayed or online at the same time on the same day with less than 15 hours seems like kind of hard, and I'm really worried about bathrooms. I'm just throwing the bathroom thing in there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next one is Michelle Ortez, but I don't see her up here. Michelle Ortez, are you here? Oh, it's M. Ortez.
Okay.
And Michelle Torito, I see you're back too, so we'll circle back to you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, Michelle Ortez, you are unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, so concern is about that the last board meeting, Dr. Baker addressed the topic of returning to campuses in the fall and mentioned that he and a group of superintendents were going to group together to request the ratio be increased from 1 to 12 to either 1 to 14 or 1 to 16, and to request that social distancing be changed from 6 feet to 4 feet. And this has been on my mind weighing heavily since that board meeting. And I think that he did mention just a little while ago that that probably won't be changed. But I just wanted to comment that as a teacher in the district and as a parent of a child who attends a Redwood City school, that this really panics me out. And I know plans are changing frequently, and I just had to bring it up, like I said, because it's been bothering me. And just to throw in my opinion and something for the board to look at is that distance learning is really the safest model for everyone concerned, not the hybrid model with the bubble. I'm facing the same concern of if I have to go to work on, you know, all 4 days or whatever it's going to look like, and my son only goes for 2 days, that whole childcare thing, or having him stay home and not sending him at all. So it's just a really hard time, and I just want to urge the board to really, I know you're taking this seriously, but really, as people before me have said, please consider the teachers and the students and the health of everyone involved. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Michelle. And I think we're on to our last Michelle Torito.
So before we move on, just to put her a little at ease, Dr. Baker never said 4 feet. It's always been 6 feet.
No.
Well, you can say no, but I know what he said.
Oh.
Kyle, do you get Michelle Torito?
Yeah, I can do that. There we go.
All right, Michelle, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Good evening. I gave up after 3 hours. I called it a night, and then my phone said, "Oh, they're calling your name." So I apologize. Kevin Sugar had to log out also. He was falling asleep. So it's been a long couple days. Everybody can hear me, right? This is my first time doing this.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Are we there?
Yep, go
Can
ahead.
you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the purpose of me speaking is really I know the board, when we're in situations such as what we're in now, which we've never been in before, people tend to speak up about the negatives, about what's happening instead of focusing on the positive. So from my standpoint, I wanted to kind of give you a little bit of my experience that I've had the past 10 weeks. So I teach middle school. I'm a 7th and 8th grade teacher up at Clifford. And March 13th, I was given basically 2 hours notice to prepare my kids, give them what I could in that short amount of time, and leave my classroom, which was really unknown at that time, whether we were going to return or when we were going to return. But I never could have imagined that was the last day I was going to walk out of my room and not see those kids again. So I know the first couple weeks we were given, the kids were given packets, and I didn't feel that it was enough for my middle schoolers and they needed more. So we dove in headfirst into online learning, and I am a fish. I'm like a flounder. I was not the technology person. I used it for the bare minimum. And with me and my kids and I, we threw ourselves in there, and I worked 10 to 12 hours every single day just trying to learn Google Classroom and Pear Deck and ReadWorks and Screencastify and Nearpod and everything you could possibly imagine. And so my point is that I went from that point, working 10 to 12 hours a day and not knowing anything, to mastering these platforms. And I currently have 112 students that I see, and online learning right now, I have 90% participation. It's slowing down a little bit now, but I've kept up to about 90% participation. And I just think that after today, seeing the guidelines from the CDC and what's going to be in store, I would prefer myself to do, and this is going to be hard for me to say, distance learning, because I feel that I can utilize my teaching skills the best in that way, and I'm ready now. And I think I would hope that I can't imagine being a police officer to these kids. Did you wash your hands? Don't touch his mask? Are you 6 feet away? I just don't want to be a police officer. I want to teach my students. And I think that the best amount of time for the time spent policing kids and setting forward rules, we spend that time doing distance learning the way it is right now. So I apologize, I'm rambling. I was literally falling asleep. So thank you for listening to me. And I just wanted to share my experience, which has been very positive. It was a lot of work to get where I am, but it's been, like I said, 90% participation from my 7th and 8th graders up at Clifford School. So I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
Well, So Catherine Stewart.
Okay.
Hi, Catherine.
Yay. Oh, hi. Yes. Okay. I'm still awake. Yay. Um, yay. Anyway, so my question is, as far as I can tell, I plan to keep my kid home until there's a vaccine, and that's all, at least. However, I would like to be part of the discussion about safety of reopening the school, and the reason is because to me, losing one teacher or one kid is not an acceptable percentage or anything like that. So, so to me, I think the thing is, if we can't say with certainty that there won't be any loss of a kid or a teacher, then I think we just have to stick with being at home until we can say that. And I know that that's really severe, but the consequences are just too much the other way. I don't like having to stay home and sit around in my house and have a kid crawl all over me all day, but you know, I like being in class. I love the teacher, I love the school and everything like that, but I think that if we're realistic, we have to say, what is the downside to experimenting and guessing if it's safe enough? And I don't think that guessing is good enough when you're talking about a kid could die, a teacher could die, or they could take it home and kill their family members. So I think that since we don't have a cure and we don't have a vaccine, I think we just have to be erring on the side of caution. And I thought about buying those, you know, full page scanners. You walk past the infrared and you can see if somebody has a fever or not. And that's a start, and that's a good thing to have. It might be great for everything, but it's still not a guarantee. And I think that when you look at kindergartners and first graders and second graders, how they behave in a classroom, the teachers mentioned policing. Little kids in a bathroom or even just being in a classroom together, they pick their noses, they eat each other's food, they hug each other because they're affectionate. They do all kinds of stuff in the bathroom, and we can't supervise them in a bathroom. So there really isn't a perfectly safe scenario. I mean, I understand that childcare opens and it's a calculated risk that people put their trust into people who are taking care of kids. And those people are doing the very best they possibly can. And I know the teachers would do the very best they can. But I'd love it if we could just say, how about if you let the parents who don't feel comfortable with it, go ahead and sign them up now. Sign me up now for the stay-at-home classes. And then you'll have room in the classroom for the people who do want to put their kids in, who do feel comfortable with it. Because I'm not saying everybody has to think the way I do. Some people will feel comfortable and they'll be fine with it. So why not just go ahead and start signing people up who want to stay home, and then you'll know how many people you actually have to take care of in the classroom setting. And at that point, then do the absolute best that you can. If you're going to reopen and you're going to have people walking around in the classroom, at that point, you do the absolute best that you possibly can to make sure those people are safe.
Thanks, Catherine. That was that's over your 3 minutes. So we're gonna move on to, we have several more speaker cards. Devin Mullaney.
Oh, wrong one.
Hi, Mrs. Figueroa. Not you, though.
So another one had to go into the panelist.
Yes, I think we've done that.
Yeah, okay.
The previous speaker.
Yeah, I somehow got the messed up version. But thanks for me again. As far as the COVID-19 thing, a few things that have crossed my mind. There was something brought up way early on, before even the COVID-19 discussion came up, about potentially having more students come in per class, essentially, to give them more of an opportunity for certain programs like the Mandarin program or whatever. And just keeping in mind the teachers still have to teach the same number of students, and the amount of that goes into online teaching is not a light load, especially if you're trying to either clone or mirror or continue a lesson from in the classroom to some sort of online platform. So to think that you can just fill in the extra gaps with more students online is it's not tenable. The other thing is, have we, and this I realize probably doesn't work with contracts, but having students go just 2 days a week. So essentially we've gone from having weekends to a certain extent to having school days for students that are going to equate to a weekend. Just 2 days is a bit of a rough ride. I realize it's the situation we're in. Is there any way to come up with options for potentially afternoon sessions, evening sessions, Saturday, something where it can actually be an every other day scenario for a little bit more actual face-to-face instructional time, obviously social distance face-to-face. And then just curiosity, as far as the, has the school district actually developed a quasi cushion of funds? Not huge, but just because we haven't had human beings on our campuses for the past 2 months utilizing all of the resources on campus, I don't know if we've got some sort of extra dough in some way to utilize. And then just curious as to the choice between, say, iPads and Chromebooks versus Chromebooks, like a 2-to-1 Chromebook, especially since we are utilizing all of these Google Suite platforms for the students. There's many thoughts going in lots of directions, but I appreciate the stress and the complication that you guys are juggling and the data that you were trying to sift through. But as a parent, I got to say, trying to do my job and teach my girls has been more than a struggle. It has been unbalanced. And there's always something that is definitely seems to be getting shortchanged. So thank you guys for your time. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Devin. I don't know if Kyle wants to address the technology question as far as why use one over another. Is that something you want to address right now?
Sure. I mean, the district has been using Google tools for several years, and we at this point have enough Chromebooks that are very tightly intertwined into the Google system. It's basically a Google device that we can provide a device for every student in the district in grades 2 through 8 right now. And then John talked about that we're working on getting iPads for the students in TK, K, and 1, so that our goal when we come back is that every student will have a digital device that they can have with them that will serve not just as a series of textbooks, but will allow them to access other interactive types of curriculum that we will have available to them through Clever and other platforms that the district currently has.
Okay. So is it that the iPads are more user-friendly for the younger students then?
It's more of a dexterity issue in the fact that a Chromebook really does require some typing. We've been working with second graders. We're really looking at second grade as the transition year from an iPad to a Chromebook. And to that point, and John also mentioned this as well, all of the Chromebooks that we've purchased for the last, I would say, 2 years are models that have a 360 flip feature, so they can function as a standard laptop with a keyboard, but they also can flip around on themselves and function as a tablet as well. It also gives students the ability to draw on the tablet and to take video and pictures and then use those pictures in their classwork.
Fantastic.
Okay, thanks, Devin. I have a couple more cards. The next one is Rob Stevenson, and I'm not seeing him on the call anymore. Rob, are you here? be able to raise your hand or, okay. If you're here, let me know, but we'll move on to, sorry, Michelle Smith, I did tell you we were gonna split your card into two. So Michelle Smith is our next Michelle. Hi, Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, so a couple of things that I had wanted to talk about were already addressed. I actually was having this conversation about the tablets. First of all, I want to say that I'm very grateful for everything you are all doing to try to mitigate this whole situation. It is not easy being at home with my first grader and my sixth grader, but we're making it work. So I'm really glad to hear, I heard earlier on our school site council that we were going to be receiving the tablets, or we were going to be getting tablets for the TK, K, and 1, because I really was concerned for families who might not have access to sort of devices so they can better work with the online platforms. But my other point was going to be regarding the immersion programs. So my kids have the advantage of having me as a native speaker here at home to help reinforce the language. And a lot of the families, it's a 50-50 program, so 50% of the families are not, they don't have a Spanish speaking parent at home necessarily. And I feel like it really sort of puts a damper on our program and really that dual immersion, not just for the kids who are Spanish learners, but also the English learners who are not really getting that English time at home as well. And so that I know that it's sort of just like another challenge to try to overcome, but I think that it's really important to consider whether it is, I hear the teachers talking about, continuing distance learning in the fall, or what, a hybrid program, as you've all been talking about, but really trying to see, because like right now my son is only, seeing his teacher really for about half an hour a week, plus, she sends a couple videos, and it's just not enough even for in our home to really have that immersion. And I also heard, other parents who are at other schools where their kids, all of their kids' materials are in English and they only speak Spanish. And so trying to bridge that gap, I know that is like a complete, it's a huge mountain or hurdle to overcome on top of all of the other things you have to coordinate, but something really important, I think, to consider going into the fall.
Thanks, Michelle. That was actually perfect timing. You were 3 minutes on the dot. And yeah, I think that for sure the immersion programs are something that we have to really look at in our planning. Maria Stockton.
Yeah, as I'm doing this, one of the things that I know a couple of speakers have mentioned was other platforms. I did want to make mention that the district has entered into an arrangement to use Seesaw for all students in TKK 1 and 2 for next year.
That's great. Thank you for pointing that out.
So.
Okay, Maria, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, I just have a few questions, comments / questions, because I got confused at what sounded different. One is the training for the support staff, especially the instructional assistants. I heard Wendy say there were many instructional assistants who were excited about learning the platforms, but then when Linda Montes talked about the training, she talked about only the teachers being trained in the morning and practice in the afternoon and then plan. It would seem to me it'd be an ideal time, because in my Google account, I can have at least 500 people or up to 500 people in each meeting. So it would seem to me you would have the same training going along with the teachers so the aides could really support. So I was wondering about that. Also about the equipment. Is there enough equipment for our instructional assistants who support the teachers and the kids to be having a district equipment, or are they going to be using their home equipment to do that? Also, the cost of being in the office, I'm wondering about the first aid training now, of how that's going to be different, and if we'll be receiving different training for that, as well as the equipment for taking temperatures and everything. I know the gloves and masks will be there, but if we'll need any kind of something to wear, I don't know. But I'm really wondering about the cost, and if we will have the appropriate equipment to scan the kids coming to school as well as the adults, and also the cost of that. And just the, let's see. I was wondering if it was in any way, and I know this might not be a good idea to some people, but extending the learning time at school for kids, so maybe they would have that Friday off, or extending it just so we can get through it faster. That's it. Thank you. Extending the school day, I meant. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Linda or Wendy, did you want to address the question?
Yeah, I mean, instructional assistants will participate as well. They'll have the same options, but there might be some specific ones as per HR that they might have to do also. So that's something we still have to keep planning. But obviously, if it pertains to them, obviously they would participate with the teachers.
And then some of the special ed ones will probably
Yes.
Do the training with Patricia and her group.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then of course all of the safety trainings for every single person, depending on what role they're going to be taking next year, and the elements within their job description that will have to be enhanced. All of those trainings will happen classified and certificated staff as well. Very important part.
And Janet, we provided any school or principal that requested to have devices for any of their classified staff. We provided those classified staff with devices so that they could work from home.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, Robin Estrada. It looks like she's under Robin E. Hi, Robin. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to mention, in terms of like, for me, I have a child, a fifth grader at Roosevelt, and I also have been working there for several years during lunch. And I've noticed so many times that the bathrooms, things like such as this soap and the bathrooms end up getting closed, so that kids, like, even if they were going to wash their hands, they couldn't wash their hands. And this was happening right before COVID-19, and it was happening like at different times during the year. And I know that sometimes the decision is made to just lock the bathrooms and force all the kids to have to go to the office to use the one stall, one bathroom that's available for students in the office, because of things getting destroyed in the bathrooms. And it just, we would get all these messages about, make sure you wash your hands. It's very important. Like, that's one of the best prevention of COVID-19. And then to think like, but how are they going to wash their hands? And fortunately, I think for, at least in our case, my child's teacher was having the kids wash their hands as they came into the classroom. When this whole thing even started, she thought ahead and like had the kids do that, which I thought was a great idea. But I know that there were times when the boys' bathrooms, what would happen is students would go in and knock the soaps right off the wall, like literally like break the, when the soap dispenser would be broken, then there were times when, I saw it took a very long time to get that fixed, and the kids would be using the bathrooms. But then as it got close, as COVID-19 started to happen, then they actually would just lock the bathroom to make sure nobody would go in there, not be able to wash their hands. But there were days when there was, for 3rd through 8th graders, there was really almost no bathroom available for boys other than going into the office. And I just feel like if, you know, in terms of opening schools, I feel like that sometimes there also has to be a plan regarding like how to make, you know, hand washing available, and not have something get destroyed and then like nobody can use a bathroom or wash their hands or anything like that. My son has been in the same school for, well, this is his 6th year, and he's rarely even had a teacher that had like a working sink that would actually drain so that the kids could wash their hands in the classroom, or a teacher that like even encouraged them to wash their hands in the classroom. So I was really happy this year to have a teacher that had a working sink and let them wash their hands. But you know, I understand very well the situation with monitoring students around the bathrooms. You can't just follow them in and see what they're doing. There have been times when we would have to have a group go in and then like literally like after they came out, like check and make sure that it still looked okay, and then let the next group go in. I think that was times when, for example, all the boys' bathrooms were closed and they had to use, you know, some other bathroom. And I think that's the idea of having them go in the office, is that then they know who went in and out, that nothing was getting destroyed or clogged or, you know, trashed or whatever. But I think many students probably don't tell their parents these things. So, you know, it's probably not a big complaint, but I think it is important to realize that the bathrooms need to be functional.
So, okay, Robin, thanks. You're over your 3 minutes.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, you know, hand washing and cleaning the bathrooms and whatnot is definitely something that is part of the plan and something that we're gonna have to look into. I'm watching Dr. Baker to see if he wanted to say something, but no? Okay. Okay, one last comment. It's Shauna Hackworth, and Kyle, for you, I think it's the MIB Collective.
Okay.
Hi, Shauna.
Hi, Jan. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much for taking my question. I just have a quick question, mostly for Kyle, but really for all of you. I'm super grateful that each of my kids, one in 2nd and one in 3rd grade, has been issued a Chromebook from the district. It's made everything so much easier. However, it has added a few frustrations for me because I'm having difficulty with YouTube. And my poor tinies, they have not been trained in all manner of computer items. And so they are finding themselves in places that I would prefer that they were not. And so I would like the district to figure out a way to either install some sort of security like Bark for schools or something that will allow parents to mute certain channels or do something to control where their kids are able to go on the Chromebooks. I understand Chrome is needed for middle schoolers. It is not needed, and Google search is not needed for a 2nd grader, neither is YouTube. And I'm happy to just not watch the book being read by the teacher if it's posted in YouTube. And then secondly, as we're doing some training for the teachers in how to use some of these platforms, it would be so amazing if we could do some training for these poor tinies who are being asked to put their answers into Google Slides and into Google Docs, and they've never used these before. And, you know, suddenly instead of doing homework, my kid is pulling the text box completely off of the slide, and he's changing the font, and he's doing all these things because he's enamored by the buttons. And so I understand that it's fun to do those things, but also these poor kids have never been asked to do the things they're being asked to do. And so just a little bit of training or maybe an expectation setting from some of the teachers or technology teachers would be really, really helpful. But I really encourage you guys to look into Bark for Schools. It is free for schools, and it is content monitoring and bullying monitoring and making sure that kids are really being safe in online engagement, which is something that we've really struggled with. I've had to buy Bark for myself and also install a Circle monitor so that I can help my kids navigate this challenge well. So that's my comment.
Thanks, Shauna. Kyle, I don't know if you want to address the security.
Yeah, so there's two things that we have. So first of all of our Chromebooks, when they go home, they actually have a filtering tool on them. It's called Securely, and you can look it up. It's SECURLY is the name of the product that we use, and it does monitor all of our Chromebooks. We also have the option to approve and disapprove videos in YouTube, although I can tell you from my own personal experience, it has not worked the way that Google has said it should work, but there is a way for us to approve and unapprove, and teachers can actually disapprove or approve videos on YouTube, and they all have the ability to do that. And then the last thing is that we use a tool called SysCloud that does monitor any correspondence that the students have with teachers or students have amongst themselves for bad language, self-harm, bullying, and all of those things. So all of those things are currently in place, and we get reports if students do some of those things online, and I get several of them over the course of a week or 2 weeks, and then I refer those back to the administrator at that school site.
Yeah, Bark is monitored by parents though. And so that's just something that giving parents control over setting some limits for their own kids, I think is more helpful than at the district level, but I'll trust your guidance on that, Kyle. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. That's the end of our public comments. So I don't know if there's any more questions or discussion by the board.
So I would like you to give this direction in regard to the first week of June, so that my recommendation is that our instruction will stop on the 29th of May, and that first week of June will be dedicated to professional development for our teachers and staff. And I gave you the rationale why, and Linda and Wendy gave you information on what will be taking place during those days. Comments?
This is Dennis. I'm totally in support of that.
So am I.
Elisa and Cecilia?
Yes, so my only question, I think, John, I had asked you when you mentioned it to me, is just double checking that legally it's fine. You must have done that. And
no, we did.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. I think, we heard from our teachers how valuable all the professional development has been. And I just think to be able to provide that for the teachers and all the classified staff is wonderful. So thank you.
So I had a follow-up question, Dr. Baker. Given that we're shortening the school year, are you planning to get something out like really early tomorrow to parents so they know?
It's in the newsletter Friday. It's in Friday's newsletter.
There's no way to do it sooner?
I'll talk to Jorge. It's already done. It's ready to push out on Friday.
Yeah, my only point is that we're truncating the school year, and the sooner we let parents know, it's probably the better it is for them.
So let's see I'll ask him if we can push out. Is he on here? Let me see.
Yeah, I saw him on as an attendee.
I'll ask him if we can push it out tomorrow.
Okay.
I think it's done. I mean, I read it today and it's fine to go, but I said, don't do anything until after tonight's meeting. So let's see. I'll find out tomorrow. If you can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Tomorrow, that's fine. I'm fine with it. It's going to go out Friday anyway. That's fine. Anything else in regard to, as we move forward with this hybrid model of planning for the next school year? So I would like to have that June 3rd meeting, because that's when we will have more of a working draft, so you can have time to look at it, comment on it, and maybe by then there'll be some additional health orders coming. I'm hoping, but don't know.
So I'm fine for a June 3rd meeting. And I just wanted to add my 2 cents. I've already told you, Dr. Baker, but I'm in favor of ending instruction on the 29th. And I've heard from a number of teachers the desire to have extra professional development for the distance learning. So I think that's a good use of that last week.
I'd also like to make an overall comment. If you think about the complexity of everything you and your team, the principals, the cabinet are trying to deal with, it's like, it's beyond belief. And so I just like to thank you, and I know the whole board would, for all your team is doing, because it's just monumental. I mean, I'm surprised you guys even get any sleep, but so thank you so much for all you do for our students and families.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I know every board member is nodding.
Yes, yes, we are all in agreement that what you guys have done is phenomenal. And we appreciate all the time and work and sleepless nights that you guys have put in. So.
Perfect.
Do you have what you need from us?
Yes, I do. That's perfect. So we can start planning for that first week in June. And then I know we have subgroups working again during this week. We have a meeting on Monday's a holiday, correct? So our large cabinet meeting with principals and all, which some of them are on here, will be on Tuesday, so that we can make sure that they are also looking at one of the drafts that's coming before us at that time. So, and as these drafts do materialize, I will also push them out to you, just for comments, so that you have them also, and then get them back to me so that I can, take them to subcommittees and also to the steering committee.
Okay, great. It's now 11:03 and we still have a hefty agenda. So let's move on to 13.3, the LCAP.
I'll make it very quick. Usually I give an update on the LCAP and our progress towards our, well, now would have been a 3-year plan, but I just sent you the board memo where we've had direction from our governor, who created an executive order that has asking us to delay. First of all, we're not writing a 3-year plan. It will be an annual 1-year plan that's not due until December, as you read. And instead, we're responding to a series of questions basically on how we've managing what we've been doing now in this COVID-19 epidemic and or pandemic, and then what we've been doing in terms of preparing our teachers and students and such. So I gave you the outline in the board memo. So I'm working with the directors and completing that. And so that'll come to you, I believe the first June 10th, I believe, and then the 17th is a final review with, and it'll be approved with our budget. And so I am, actually, we have tomorrow night LCAP steering committee meeting to just update the stakeholders about the process now. We do have a preliminary budget, so we'll share that feedback from our parent survey that we had initially, and then also initial responses to the executive order and our response to that. So that's all coming. So you'll see that, but I just wanted to give you a quick update on that. You won't be seeing a 3-year plan at this time.
Thanks, Linda. Are there any questions or comments? Okay.
I could go spend more time on it if you want, but I think a quick summary is probably best right now.
I think that was a great summary. Thank you. 13.4, the federal program monitoring review.
Okay. So as you know, we were part of a 3-year, well, every 3 years we have a cycle for a full federal program monitoring review. This particular round, we had, I think, 6 particular instruments and number of different programs that were reviewed. This is all for review for federal funding because we apply each year for federal funding. And it's just to ensure that we're spending the dollars as it needs to be spent. And so even though it was a formal review, it was supposed to have been an in-person actually, and it became on-site obviously because of the COVID-19. I just want you to know that it's an extensive process, as you know, but although we're reviewed every 3 years, we just, sorry, I was too tired, I guess. Our response is that we continue to comply with the regulations and ed code through and all that we do, and that includes SIPSAs and LCAP development, etc. And so, although we've had these number of findings, the fact is we do comply. We are doing what we need to do. Some of the elements had to do with basically when we updated our board policies, those that went out last May as part of our registration, back to school night registration, the students didn't receive the most updated version. And so right now what we're doing is trying to send that out. In addition, we have to have some way that we ensure we keep track of those families and students who check or sign off on somehow that they've actually read it and received it. So those are the main elements. But we are following the regulations, we follow the guidelines. It's just that there's just certain record keeping areas that we need to address. And that's what we'll do. But we have 45 days to complete those elements that we need. Some of them have to do with handbooks, student handbooks, parent handbooks, and currently working with Kyle right now on updating our registration back to school packet, so we have a way to confirm that parents are receiving the board policies. But the things are in place. We just have to actually provide documentation and evidence of that they're being done. So I don't know if you had any specific questions, or I'd be glad to talk to you if you want another time about those. But I had a number of questions.
Linda, I think we just have to say thank you very much. We know how hard you worked on all of this in a time where you had a gazillion other things to do. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I think that's it then.
Yeah, I'll just echo what Elisa said. I know this has been a huge undertaking. So along with all the other huge undertakings you have going on. Was there anything else from the board on this?
And I just want to also thank Maria Morales and Steve Chanel from the business department. They're awesome team. So they did great work on the fiscal management part of it, obviously. So it's great.
Awesome. Okay, if there's nothing else, we can move on to 13.5, the update on immunizations.
Are there any questions on this?
No, I'm seeing, just for the audience, I'm seeing everybody's shaking their head no. So, okay, so thanks for providing that information. We are now on consent, which also includes item 15.2.
So moved.
Second.
Do we have a second?
I did.
Oh, didn't hear you. Thanks, Dennis. Can we have a roll call vote?
Aye.
Trustee Marquez?
Aye.
Trustee Diaz-Locum?
Aye.
Vice President McAvoy?
Aye.
President Lawson?
Aye. So thank you. That brings us to 15.1, approval of memorandum of understanding between CSEA and RCSD. There any questions or comments? None. Okay, so is there a motion to approve?
So moved. This is Maria.
Maria. Is there a second?
Oh, I'll second. Sure, I'll second.
Elisa, thank you.
Sorry, I think we're all getting really tired here.
We'll get through this. So we need a roll call vote on 15.1.
Trustee McBride?
Aye.
Trustee Marquez?
Aye.
Trustee Diaz-Locum?
Aye.
Vice President McAvoy?
Aye.
President Lawson?
Aye. 15.2 was on consent, so moving on to 15.3, review and approval of board policy 514152 on suicide prevention. This has come to the board already, so.
Yes. Which is moving all the ARs to the main body of the board policy, which is what they required. That's pretty much what it was.
Which I think, as Elisa pointed out in our policy committee emails, it's kind of weird to move all of the ARs to the board policy, but it's required.
By the federal government, so
right.
Not by the state, but yeah.
Right.
I'll move this if nobody has any questions. Thank you, Linda, and Jerry for working on it. Thank you, Jerry keeps us going.
Sure. So Elisa made a motion.
Second.
Dennis, can we have a vote, please?
Trustee McBride?
Aye.
Trustee Marquez?
Aye.
Trustee Diaz-Solcombe?
Aye.
Vice President McAvoy?
Aye.
President Lawson?
Aye. Thank you. Last action item is 15.4, adoption of resolution 28, grading during emergency school closures.
So we talked about the grading that we're going to be, that's going to occur for the third trimester, and this resolution allows us to go in that direction during this time of emergency.
So this was discussed at our last meeting, and this is just to make it official.
Right.
I don't know if the board has anything to comment on, or if somebody wants to make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Is that Maria?
Yeah.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee McBride?
Aye.
Trustee Marquez?
Aye.
Trustee Diaz-Solcombe?
Aye.
Vice President McAvoy?
Aye.
President Lawson?
Aye. Okay, moving on to board and superintendent reports. Would somebody like to go first?
I'll go. So I did have a CSBA Board of Directors meeting and a delegate assembly meeting on Friday and Saturday of this past week. And probably the biggest thing is there is an advocacy toolkit that CSBA has set up, and I was looking at it. It's actually very good in terms of having template letters and things like that. The San Mateo County School Boards Association will be putting together some letters to sign to send out to state and federal agencies. But if any of you are interested in writing personal letters around resource needs and other things, there is a toolkit, and it's pretty easy to find on the COVID-19 part of the CSBA website. I think there'll also be some additional board policies and things coming out of that. So for Linda and Janet, we can look at those and see, what, if anything, we want to put forward. And then the other thing is at Delegate Assembly, the Delegate Assembly approved that CSBA would take a no position on the schools and communities first ballot initiative that will be on the November ballot. So many of our education coalition partners have taken a support position, including PTA and AXA and CTA and lots of others, equity partners. But it was an interesting conversation and vote, and it was very close. It was, I think, 49%, 51%. But we had a no position, which means we will not support or oppose. So I just bring this up because I know that many people in our community have been talking about it. So it's just kind of a neutral position. And I can talk to you, any of you, offline if you're interested in the nuances of that conversation. But of course, it's the whole body in California that makes that decision. So you probably can think politically around why that might have happened. Let's see, we had a Rapid City 2020 meeting today. And I think we had some good conversations that kind of dovetail into some of what Dr. Baker was talking about with the needs that we have in the community and how we can work with our partners, particularly on distant learning. That was one of the big things around internet access, childcare. Trying to think what some of the other things were, Maria and John. Wait, I'm sorry, Janet.
Yeah,
Janet,
I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm looking at Maria, but
I knew you meant
anyway.
me. I knew you meant me, but I was trying to think. I think those were the top ones. John was
Yeah,
there.
but and mental health. But I do think there's interest for them to be helping us. Yeah, thank you. You did a nice job, John, on letting them know what we could use help with. Thank you. Oh, and we are going to do some additional work with the Gardner Center to aggregate a lot of the surveys that have been done for our families and community members and basically come up with some different metrics of need in all different sorts of areas, including some of the things we talked about tonight. So I think that'll be some useful data to help our partners, help our families, basically. And then finally, just on a positive note, I did send you that I was able to sit in on Shannon Cody's 4th grade class today, and it was just so amazing to see what the teachers are doing and the students are doing, and the beauty of, you know, the Google Hangout and having as much personal kind of interaction as we can have right now. So hats off to Shannon. I don't think she's on the call still anymore, but amazing job. And I know she just represents all of our teachers out there doing the best they can. And I really like the social emotional aspects of the call today, and I think everybody needed it. So that was nice. Okay, that's it.
Hey, I'll go next. So, like Elisa, I also had the opportunity to drop in on a classroom. It was the preschool classroom, and that was quite an experience. But I'm glad to see that they're engaged. There's one particular child who can never sit still in the class, and he was just like right there paying attention. So that was really nice to see. This was Indra's classroom. She sends us information on email, so it was nice to see the children again. Then I participated in the CSBA webinar that Elisa recommended on technology and distance learning and the digital divide. So I sent the notes to John, Elisa, and Kyle. So hopefully we can learn something from there and see how we can best help our students. And then just the calls with the county for elected officials like the rest of us, I'm sure. And that's all I have.
Cecilia or Dennis, did you have anything? No. No from
Yes.
Cecilia.
Yeah, I do. So I just wanted to, you saw in the board packet the approval for the 19 devices from Elation.
Mm-hmm.
And talking to Lizzie Laylu, she said there could be more devices coming. So that's great news. And then I did the coolest thing today, and I really would encourage every one of you to do it. I made 2 signs. One said, thank you, muchas gracias. And the second sign said, from Dr. Baker and the school board. And I took painter's tape and I put it on both sides of my car, and I visited all 4 schools that are doing food distribution. And it was cool. It was so cool, and it was just very uplifting, because you go every school. They had the transportation people there doing traffic control. You know, I had my Giants mask on. I just rolled my window down. And I said, just on behalf of the board, I want to thank you. And these ladies were just so on it. Like, when you drive up, they just want to know how many lunches. I mean, boom, how many lunches? Don't talk to me. Don't. And then you get them to slow down and you thank them, and they just were beaming, and they just did such a great job. And it was just very uplifting. And from start to finish, you can visit all 4 schools, because you don't get out of your car in probably 45 minutes. And it's just really uplifting. And these ladies are just so sweet and so nice and so helpful. It's just one of the coolest things. So, and then just want to comment, I just love all the teachers that are sending us the videos. I mean, they're just so uplifting, and it just makes your day. And then I had a man call me up, Ramin Kavan, of Rhino Networks, a Redwood City company, where he wants to go out to his network and get used computers and then refurbish them and then give them to special ed students who don't have devices. And so he'll do all the work, and then he'll just say, give me the list of people and I'll get them to him. So hopefully we're okay with that. John, you got an idea, or?
What kind of computers are they, Dennis? Are they?
Well, I should probably cycle back to him, because I think he's just thinking devices, and I don't think he's thinking about, like, whether it's Google, Chromebooks, or I think in our discussion, I think he was thinking IMAX, but
or another PC of some sort.
I'll find out. I was just so excited. This guy's, he's got a network all over the Bay Area, and he's he's really excited and wants to do something to help the kids that don't have devices. So maybe we should talk offline.
Okay.
Okay. That's all I had.
Okay, so I've had, a lot of the same stuff. I just want to say from the county calls that we're on, and for the attendees that are still in our audience and the staff that are here, I don't know if everybody knows, but there is COVID testing available for free, and the county would like anybody who wants to be tested to be tested. It's really easy. It's not the one that like pokes your brain. It's really simple. I did it last week. You drive, it's at the San Mateo County Event Center, and you sign up by going to Project Baseline. I think it's projectbaseline.com. You sign up for an appointment, drive in, you don't roll down your windows at all. Just show them your ID, show them your appointment. And then you drive up to the testing station as they get you through. Just crack your window a little bit. They walk you through how to do the test. It's just like up your nose a little bit and like 10 circles, and then up your other nostril, 10 circles. Put it in and like drop it in the bag and you're done. I was in and out in less than 5 minutes. It's totally free. You need to have an appointment. It's available to anybody who wants it, whether or not you have symptoms. And then you should get your results in 2 to 5 days. I know it's gone longer for a couple of people. My husband had to send in an email to say, where are my results? And I got mine in 2.5 days. And there is transportation available for anybody who needs it. And when you sign up for an appointment, there is information that you get about how to go about signing up for that. So I just want to make sure that everybody that's here knows that that's available, because I think it's not widely publicized right now. And that's the only thing I wanted to add as a board report.
Hey, Wendy, didn't you send that out to all staff members? You send that out to all staff members, right?
Oh, good. Okay.
We let principals know and everything, and then she sent an email to all staff, I think.
Yeah, for all of the free testing locations and pointers to reach out to their healthcare, and then also just self-care of working from home and other type of self-care, mental health pieces for employees.
Oh, nice. And then also, we were asked if one of our schools could be a testing center, and talked to Martin and Don. They said that the McKinley North Star site would be a good place if they wanted to do it. So I know they're in contact with them about that also.
Okay, good.
That's great. And John, maybe in a future newsletter, you could add that for parents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we could.
Because they really are encouraging as many people as possible to take the test.
Right.
It is only for 18 and up, though. They're not taking kids, so.
Yeah, so it would just be for the parents.
You have to go through the pediatrician to get a test for children. So, John, did you have any other reports for us?
I don't think so. It's late.
Okay, we'll move on to information on the San Mateo County Investment Fund. Were there any questions, comments? No? Okay. Correspondence. We've gotten a lot of correspondence on the boundary changes. Some on the Adelante Selby name. Anything else? See no's. Okay. Other business suggested items for future agendas. We have enough. Don't need to add more. Okay.
That is June 3rd. So,
changes to the board agenda schedule. I think just adding the June 3rd meeting. Is that what it was?
Yeah, please.
Okay. That's the end.
What time's the meeting going to be?
Yeah.
We can leave it at 7. Or the only item that will be on this agenda, plus maybe Wendy may have one item on it, will be a working draft of what we have so far of what the reopening may look like.
So could I make a suggestion? Given this is probably going to be a very long meeting, could we start at 6?
Yeah.
Are you fine with that? I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved. I'll second it, Maria.
Maria and then Elisa. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good
For
job.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
And I do want to say we've had like at 11:30 had 40 members of the public still sitting in on our meeting. That never would have happened in a boardroom. So we need to figure out how to make these meetings more accessible when we start meeting in person again.
Yes.
So.
Thank you to all the participants, especially those that hung in all the way to the end.
Yes.
And thank you, Eliana, for all you've done, and Kyle.
Yes.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.